Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, August the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, Green Trades. And somebody in our YouTube room. I'm waiting on you, Torty. There you go. Thank you. Okay, guys, so you guys can hear me and see my screen in both rooms. So before we get into the movers, to just take a look at the SPY. As Captain Para said this morning, the SPY was pretty robust. Looked like we're going to maybe build on yesterday's gains, but we've had quite a sell-off now from 533 down to 528. Have to see what happens once this market opens. There's no economic news today, and we get nothing on the economic calendar that I could see anyway. So should be nothing to affect the market other than people buying and selling. So what is happening? So first of all, the ITI, I'm not going to talk about it other than the fact this is a buyout, okay? And it's being bought at $7, so nothing really to see here. It is a buyout. In case you're wondering, well, why am I not talking about it? Up 63%, but it is a buyout. MGOL, MGOL. Still won't see any news on this one. Can't remember, I think I said this yesterday and the day before and the day before. Can't remember what sort of news propelled this. At any rate, it's a very low float, less than $1 million in the float. It's at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 570, so it's a little bit above yesterday's high. It's already had a big run, up 56%. That's because it got up to 570 yesterday, but it closed way down here, 383. So it's popping again. Now, if it takes out 6, I know it got up to a little over 6 this morning. The next high on the daily chart is 679-ish. 670 is the next high. So if it can take out 6 again, there is a shot, I guess, to that 6, or could get up to that level. No guarantees, of course. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. KITT is another one, KITT. I think this is, no, it is not an earnings play. They partner with Florida Atlantic University for cost-effective Aquanaut Mark II testing. All right, so there's your news for KITT, KITT. It's up 42%. Another low float, $2.5 million in the float, but it's been fading. It has been fading. This is a disaster for PubMatic, down 30%, PUBM, right through that 200-day moving average. Green to the green line on my chart, daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Way down here now, 1380. I was watching this level right there. 1386 was the next low, looking left on the weekly chart. So it has taken that out by a little bit. The next low is way down here at 1179. So there's still $2 to that next low. Now, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing out it could stall if it did get down there, but it's already down almost 30%. And this is an earnings play for PubMatic, PUBM. DOCS, DOCS is another earnings play. And this is up big. Look at this on the weekly chart, wiping all this out. I'm going to have to check on the monthly chart to see where it could keep going. So on the monthly chart, there's 33.53. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 35.32. So a couple of dollars, a little less than a couple of dollars to that. And that is a lot of resistance in that area. You can see on the monthly chart, lots of action right at that price. But through the 200-day moving average in a big way. And again, it's an earnings play. Company reported better than expected Q1 financial results. But it's all about guidance also. We're issuing a Q2 and FY24 revenue guidance above the estimates. All about the guidance. Okay, 5N, FIVN. This is down on earnings. Another one, a big gap down on earnings, down 15%. But again, wiping all this out on the daily, it's all below all this now. And on the monthly chart, man, where is this? I don't see any near-term support for this. Just looking at these lows here. Yeah, man, I have to go back on a monthly chart. The RNA I've been watching. I'm thinking about shorting this one under 50. It might be too late. Just let me get into it or explain what's going on with that one. Just trying to find a new low here on the monthly chart. 35.37, 35.37. So this is back in 2018. I mean, we're talking almost 6 years ago. So this is just getting destroyed. I mean, I shouldn't say it's down 15%, but I mean, it is approaching lows of 5 years ago. Now, the RNA, where are you? RNA, there you are. RNA had some news. So their drug, Yelsota, has the potential to change the treatment paradigm, etc., of their drug, of this particular. I've seen this now, Duchenne. Is that how you pronounce it? Duchenne or Duchenne muscular dystrophy? But it is now down below $50. Down below $50. It spiked up to 55 in the pre-market on that news. Not a ton of volume, 89,000 shares. Sweet green. Is it sweet green or sweet grass? Sweet green. Okay, guys. Sweet green. This is an earnings play. It's got some potential. I mean, it's got room 35.70, 35. I think that's the same on the daily chart and the weekly chart. The highs here, 35.49. So some room to the next highs. And it's continuing to move here. This is an earnings play for SG. Canopy, CGC. Another reason why I just can't get too wrapped up in these cannabis stocks. CGC earnings play. At the very beginning, it looked not bad. Got up to 763, but now it's gone negative. Hmm. The street continues to move higher here, guys. Now, this is the disaster du jour, ANTX. This is, boy, I didn't really read the headline. All I know is that it's, yeah, a company announced a little bit. Oh, I see. It's discontinuing its study. I thought it might have just been, somewhat bad news, but in terms of the results, but they're discontinuing the study. So William, I guess he's still under the weather because what I would normally do is ask William to take a look at this to see if this is all they do. But he must still be under the weather, unfortunately. I'm hearing EVH, guys. EVH is an earnings play also. Wow, right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 27.56, so you can see it's right at 200-day moving average. It's just popping a little bit above it. EVH is an earnings play. So on the weekly chart, next high is 27.72. And then if we can get through that, the next high is 28.21. So there's a little bit of resistance between the current price and say 28. If somehow it gets through all of that, then your next highs are way up here around 30.73. So that would be a key level to see if we can get through that today. MITAC, MITK is an earnings play. Here's the theme, guys. Lots and lots of earnings plays. This is kind of, I think this is the end of the big earnings week in terms of the number of stocks. I think we had over 1,000 companies releasing earnings this week. So MITAC on MITK, another earnings play, and So a gap down on earnings. Look at this. What a gap down on earnings. Down 34%. ADMA. There's ADMA. This is gap up on earnings. Coming into a resistance area. Well, it's above that now. 1411 is the high. That high right there. That's 2 weeks ago. It's a little bit above that. ELF, 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 a beauty supply company, I believe. Yeah, beauty supply company, ELF. Now, it's an earnings play, and there's the 200-day moving average. That's still about $7 away. But there is gap down a bit, down 10%, and there is a 200-day average. So the MGOL, I would be really keeping an eye, especially if it can take out that high in the pre-market was 613 or so. So takes that high out, and the next high on the daily chart is 670. I think I said, yeah, 670. So we still have a little bit of room to run. Looking for a bigger move in INOD. Okay, here's INOD. Give the nod to INOD, INOD, and yeah, I think I didn't really talk about it because the number of shares, only 25,000 shares so far have traded. However, there's the pre-market, there's the after-hour reaction, and it's holding. You're right, it is holding. At move area on my 15-minute chart, that is the after hours. The released earnings after hours yesterday. So there's the big gap up after hours, and it's holding. And so where could INOD go? So we're at 1982 right now. And the next high looks like a mantra. So obviously the big area to get through would be that 20. If you can get through 20, the next high on the daily chart is over 21. So I will stick an alert in that area and see if it happens. All right, guys. Well, we had a little mini rally. Okay, mini rally. It's fine. Let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Well, SG is continuing to move here, guys. SG, sweet green. So I'm going to take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening with them. All right. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 94% green. That means that 94% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. You can see the tech stocks, 68% are down. Communications, 2/3 of them are down. Kind of a mixed bag, retail with 50-50, healthcare a little bit more than 50%. So it's really, obviously the SPY heavily weighted with tech stocks, communications, or tech stocks. So the SPY is down because you're looking at the other sectors, other than communications and tech, and something else is getting destroyed. Not that these are being destroyed. Look at Acme, by the way, AKMA. So this is an earnings play. So this is running counter to the trend in the tech sector. Akamai, okay, AKAM is an earnings play. So my bias, let's take a look at AKAM. Yeah, so you can see what it did. It actually got up to $101 and it's dropped now down to 96. I mean, my bias would be, depending on what the market does, obviously, depending on what the market does, this would be probably, well, it's already had a pretty big drop from 101 down to 96. So, but a fade. Now, I will now look at three sectors that were under the 200-day moving average. So there's XLE, guys. So XLE is now above the 200-day moving average. Okay, and that's energy. Let's take a look at XLK. That was below. Let's take a look to see if yesterday's run got it above. Yeah, well, it is a little bit above right now. A little bit above right now. And then SMH, I think SMH was fine. I think it was above yesterday also. Yeah, there. So SMH is about. So really, there's nothing, uh, except for maybe discretionary. XLY. Just looking at the major sectors, yeah. So XLY is still below. So as we speak, the only major sector is XLY that is below the 200-day. As we speak, it can change today, of course, depending on what happens with the tech sector. XLK. Okay, so there's EVH, guys. EVH is running a bit here. Wow, not a bit, 31%. Again, getting close to that 200-day moving average. All right, let's take a look at, there's some targets now put on Sweetgreen. Oppenheimer raises the target to 36 from 34, almost there. Morgan Stanley, well, raised to 27 from 25, above. Citigroup, actually a lot of 32 to 30 from 30 for Citigroup. Just a lot of analysts are Morgan Stanley, another one. Sorry, we already need Morgan Stanley, Oppenheimer, and JP Morgan also. So JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. But it's kind of already there, at these price targets. So now look at the market. Market's trying to rally a little bit. We got a little color change here. My go no go charts. I don't think so. I mean, unless they change their business. Oh, you were kidding. Okay. I don't think we have. I don't think we have this company in Canada. Never seen it before, anyway. Downtown Boston. Hey, Draw, is Macy's still there? The big Macy's store, or is that gone? Sorry, you're just still there. Speaking of Macy's, just they've been hanging around. I mean, This rumor about them being sold has been about a year now, even longer. It's a real estate play, really. A lot of their a lot of their stores are in primo locations, including the one in Boston. Really, it's not that busy anymore. That's so enjoyed my time in Boston. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:20. Another 5 minutes, and I'll get my layout that I use once this market opens. Pitney Bowes is also an earnings play, guys. It's a cheaper one, PBI. It's funny how we see this. There's the I nod. Well, you might be right here, Tom. I don't know about a 24, but I mean, there's your next high is 21.14, and there's I nod. So they also, I guess they raised money. They're raising $50 million. This was on the 8th. Excuse me. This news hit on the 8th, which was yesterday. So actually, so they released that news also yesterday after the market closed about a $50 million mixed security shelf. So I mean, it says may offer from time to time. So in terms of raising money, but the real news, of course, is it's an earnings play. I don't think so, Casa. But you know what is interesting? Normally, I get something from CNBC in my inbox every morning, the Squawk or something like that. That's where I get some of my headlines. And I noticed I didn't get it this morning. Let me see if I'm going to check my inbox again. And normally, well, it's oh, there it is. So it was late. Usually it's 4 o'clock my time. I'm getting it, but no, it's a little bit late. The CNBC morning squawk. 5 things to know before the market opens. So anyway, yeah, I didn't get it normal time. So guys, MGOL doesn't look like it's going to do it. Okay, there's a high in the pre-market. It is fading quite a bit right now from the high. Kit doesn't look like it's going to do it either. So some of these flyers are starting to give it up. These low flow flyers are starting to give it up. Now, somebody asked me about Huge this morning, HUGE. What's the price of it now? 18 cents. Yeah. So my minimum here is 50 cents. So that's why this was not showing up. But it is up a lot. 100%. What did they do? Are they a cannabis play? Yeah. So this is a cannabis play. I remember seeing this one a lot. They're not. Wow. I mean, just again, that's why I think these cannabis plays pretty tough to get too serious about them, in my opinion. How's ACB doing? I know ACB had earnings yesterday or the day before. It's just way too. It's too political. I mean, it's all. I mean, it's actually kind of hanging in there. But it's all depending on what your government eventually does. Pubmatic is having a bit of a pop here, guys. A bit of a pop. PUBM. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment here. Okay, guys, so this is the layout I'm using once this market opens. Everything you see here, if you're new to all this, everything you see here, I am sharing. Sharing as in you can have any one of the ones you see here. It's on my homepage. You'll see there's a scan section. I'm going to go over all this in about 45 minutes, but on my homepage are all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, now if you have our AI had a great day yesterday. If you have our AI, guys, this is what all I would do. Okay, have this window up and running. I wouldn't overcomplicate it. Give me a moment as I just move this down a bit. So I would not overcomplicate it. I would just do this. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on the middle. There are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is what you're going to see. It is blank until at least 9:40. There are no alerts until at least 9:40. That is by design. And the other thing I would do is get rid of, I would have it say none in the filter box. So there's a little down arrow. If anything is checked, uncheck it so that it says none. I would want to see the alerts all day long. Okay. And then just wait for the alerts to happen. And if you have our AI, you can incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. All right, SGE is now starting to fade somewhat. SG starting to fade somewhat. The high of 34.43. Wow. Well, here's a direction now for ELF. It's an earnings play. ELF is an earnings play. Keep an eye on the Akamai also, AKAM. Okay, it is an earnings play. It's running counter to the sector. Oh, look at this. Interesting. Oh, you're in the room, William. Okay. Hope you're. I know you. I opened the room this morning. I think Chris is still away. He's not away, but he probably thought that you guys were doing it or you were doing it. That's okay. You oversleep as much as you have to. So here's the Akamai guys. So my feeling was maybe a fade up to 101. We got down to a 95. It's actually having a bit of a pop here. Okay, guys, market's going to open in about 5 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week and see what happens. All right, so we're getting some. If we're getting any things I didn't really see in the pre-market, MRIN, having a bit of a pop now after wow, a big drop, not a big drop, 255 down to yeah, a pretty big drop from the highs, 255 down to 2, MRIN. And here's our SPY guys. The volume that came in. Look at the volume that came in. I don't know if that, well, that's normal, the 930 volume, I guess. No, I'm just not talking. What do you mean by a very wow, guys? You know what? I'm wrong. Look at the MGOL. What do you mean a very passive mouse? I increased the size of it yesterday. I'm not sure I know what you mean. So MGOL, so it did briefly take out that high in the pre-market. A lot of volume just poured in. Let's see if it can hold 6, because again, the next high looking left is up around 670. 670. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. There's a lot of frothy action in the first 15. I'm just looking at a few of my thumbnail charts. So look at the sweet green. Boy, it just a header. Look at that. Wow, 34.56 all the way down to 32. Yeah, Lumen is still super active. Now, this is interesting. Oh, here we go. These are large cap gainers. There's not too many of them. There's Para. I don't know if this had earnings, but yeah, so it was negative. Now it's positive. Well, there's ADMA. Boy, it came all the way back. Was this a, let me see. No, this was an earnings play up. Okay. It had faded quite a bit in the pre-market, but look at this now. ADMA on the move here, guys. ADMA on the move. It is an earnings play. Boy, what a move. 1450 up to 16 something, 1613. What a move. But it's early. I mean, you look how this can get very whippy. It's a big float, quarter a billion in the floats, but it is still, really volatile for that float. Typical in the first 15 minutes. And speaking of whipping, I mean, look at the M golf. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to what, 622, and it's right back down to 570. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Where are you going to put a stop? You took this up here. Where are you going to put a stop? Ooh, RNA, son of a. This is why I was really looking at this window, maybe short under $50. It's still up a little bit. It had some news, but boy, once it broke down through 50, wow, all the way down to $43. Tons of shares available. Interactive Brokers also, 3.2 million. You guys are talking about Nikola, NKLA. Yeah, it is an earnings play, actually. I'm amazed it's doing anything like this, but so, I mean, okay. So they only lost 267. They were projected to lose $2.78. So they only lost 267. And their sales revenue beat by a bit, but I mean, they're still losing money, but I guess not as much. So market's rewarding them right now. You would think between here, this current price, and $10, anyway, you would think there's a lot of resistance. This is not shortable for me. Not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers. SPY has almost made the comeback, guys. It's almost neutral. We're closed yesterday, almost. Whoa, what a whippy morning so far for Novavax. I have this one thumbnail. That's why I see it. Was watching it this morning and I saw this. Okay, maybe it's going to drop. But look at this. What a move now for Novavax, NVAX. Now, the next high looking left on the daily chart, 1239. So that's the next high, 1239. Now we have some halts. Let's see, Skin. I think this was an earnings play. Skin. Whoa, Skin halted on the way up. Still down for the day, but it was halted on the way up. Big move up. I think this is an earnings play. Yes. And 5N, FIVN is an earnings play. Halted. Wow, on the way down. Ooh. Isn't this the one where I had to? It's a low. I had to go back a few years to see a low. I think it was 5 years. So my guess is that it's broken down through that now also. Look at Sweetgreen now, SG. Wow, talk about whippy. 34.50 down to 32. Now right back up. Yeah, I did see this one. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, it is an earnings play. This BLND. It is an earnings play. It's not a low float either. 184 million in the float. After the company reported better than expected Q2 financial results. Also, William Blair upgraded the stock to market perform to outperform. If they put a price alert or a price target on it. Don't see a price target. This is shortable for me also, almost 4 million shares at Interactive Brokers for the BLND. Not that I want to short it, it's just pointing it out that, there could, eventually something goes this parabolic. Now, I'm interested in it now, guys. You probably know why if you have our AI. Let me see where it is on the monthly chart. Next high in the monthly chart is up here at 473. So there is some room on the monthly chart for BLND. U is also an earnings play. I didn't really saw this one in the pre-market. There are a lot of earnings plays. Okay, I can't get to them all, but this is an earnings play also. Unity. And when you look left, the next high, pretty close. I mean, it got right into that high, I believe. 1619, and the next high looking left is 1622. So it got into that high and stalled so far. Definitely interested in the blonde if it gets blend as it gets back. If it gets back over 4, it's a big pullback now though. But I'll just wait and see if it happens later. Yeah, high of the day. Well, talk about a whippy first 5 minutes for SG, or 10 minutes anyway. All right, TLS is also halted on the way down though. Let's see, is 5N open yet? Not yet. It could have a bounce actually when it opens. In fact, it just opened. So it actually bounced a little bit. The halt price was 29.95. So it bounced a little bit. Okay, this doesn't look good now for MGOL at all. Okay, not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. Okay, you guys are talking about Marin, MRIN. Yeah, it's not an earnings play. Trading higher after the company announced AI-powered tool enhancements to its integrations with Reddit and Twitter. All right, guys. So here's our action in the SPY so far. So we had a little pop up. I think SPY was almost neutral at that point. Neutral meaning we're closed yesterday. Now we're starting to drop again. Okay, guys, CDLX. Oh, big pop up now for CDLX. And of course, it's got room. I mean, look at the room on the weekly chart anyway, 783. It would be about the same on the daily chart. So CDLX, of course, had a bad day. It was an earnings play a couple of days ago. A bad day, gap down on earnings. So actually, the reaction to earnings was yesterday on the 8th. Okay, big gap down on earnings. Now trying, the high yesterday was 332, so it's at that high. All right, let's take a look at this one, HRTG. See if this is just over the whole number. Look at SG, guys. Up, down, up, down. There's a pop for this one, ABVE. It is okay, Canadian company. Yeah, so a pop for this one, ABVE. Don't see this one that often. So I think skin was longer than a, not sure how long a halt this was, probably a 5 minute halt. But skin now popped, but moved right back down. This is an earnings play. Skin is an earnings play. Super cheap. Okay, Iova could be interesting. This is an earnings play. Iova is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Over the $10, I think is very psychological to get through. Pre-market, it was up to maybe 10.50 or so. Actually, it got up to almost $11 in the pre-market for Iova. We have a color change here. Shoot, where is it? I'm definitely interested in this one, guys. I want to see how well it holds over 10. It's got room, or does it? 10.12 is the next high, actually. 10.12 is the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. That's kind of where it got up to 10.16. So I'm going to put an alert right in that area and see if I can take it out again. Because it does have some room to around 11. Not saying it's going to get there if it takes this out, but at least it's got some room. All right, TTD, expensive one, but it is an earnings play. And the next high looking left, got some room. 97.79. It's got some room. $3 to that next high for TTD. Wow, look at Sedge here. And this was an earnings play yesterday and gap down and is now moving down again. Sedge, SEDG, got a high as $23. Actually, it was up to about 23.44 in the pre-market, right back down to 21. And this is looking here on the weekly chart. Not a lot of support for SEDG, guys. This is a big drop now. Maybe, and the SPY is now dropping. Cheap one, guys, halted. Wow, on the way down, or I guess it opened. MMAT gapped right down after they considered all strategic alternatives. What are they going to go bankrupt? Filed. Now I don't know what Chapter 7 is. I know what Chapter 11 is. I don't know what Chapter 7 is, or is that the same as time? So I don't know what the different designations are. Don't know if that means they're just going out of business or trying to do a restructuring under bankruptcy protection. Anyway, there is MMAT. These are all stocks I remember looking at for years. I mean, this was an $8 stock not that long ago. You know, in fact, this earlier this year. So that's liquidation. So that means we're done. Hmm. Thank you, Michael, in our YouTube room also. All right, let's take a look at SLRX. This is another one that's been very active. A couple of weeks ago, did get up to 725. Nothing on the option scanner yet. No, Ovi, nothing. I see SOUN, Shady's SOUN, and actually an earnings play. So yesterday's high, it's at yesterday's high now, SOUN. Yeah, just go to my home, well, option scanner. Not we call it an option scanner. It's not, we're not just give me one moment. Sorry. Anyway, we're not scanning for option plays or options, okay? We're not scanning options as such, but we do have what I call an option scanner that uses our option filters to find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. You know that, don't you, Daniel? It's on my homepage. Looks like something like this, abnormal option activity. All right, guys, Bumble's having a bit of a resurgence here. Obviously, a lot of room looking left. Had earnings yesterday, got hammered down on earnings yesterday, and that is BMBL, and it is above yesterday's high now. Ugh, MGOL, forget about it now, guys. That is just complete fade now. KIT doing nothing, KITT doing nothing. Remember EVH at the beginning? EVH is now gapping, starting to gap down a little bit. Okay, EVH giving up. This is a earnings play. Got up to 29.38. Oh, that's a big drop. $2 now. It's still kind of frothy. It's at that 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average, 27.56. So you can see it's just a little bit below it. You know what? This takes out 27. I mean, this could have, especially if the market keeps moving down like this. We'll have to see what happens. I'm going to put an alert down here and see if it takes out 27 in a big way. It's a pretty big float, 110 million in the float, but I'm definitely interested in this one. If it breaks down through 27, it looks like right now the 200-day moving average is acting as resistance to moving higher. Okay, so that is EVH. Oh, NFE. I was actually thinking about shorting it, but there's no shorts available for me. Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I was thinking about shorting this one. NFE, an earnings play, moving down, but I'm just looking left, or looking on my left on my left-hand monitor, looking to see if there are shorts available. Interactive Brokers, and there are none readily available. So just have to forget about it. Yeah, Lumen is still LUMN. I have this one thumbnail, so that's why it's not showing up any one of my scans, I don't think. But now look, it just went. We get a little color transition now, but this is a this is a tough one with that float. Actually, excuse me, I'm wrong again. This is not not because of the float. It's a huge float. It just seems to be, even with that float, it's a very volatile one to trade. I shouldn't say wrong again, but it's a huge float, but it trades like it's a million in the float, as opposed to anywhere from say 700 to 900 million in the float. Depends on what website you go to. Boy, this EVH, it popped down and then it popped right back up. Really interested in this one on a short. EVH. It's always tricky, trying to short these stocks. It's still way up. So, it had a great reaction to earnings. EVH had a great reaction to earnings, and it's still way up. It's up almost 30% still. So it's always tricky trying to short, for me anyway. Okay, so I see that MindMed has got a financing, trying to raise a little over $63 million at $7 a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price. All right, this is an earnings play. CLMT, it's been on a run so far. No real big pullback. CLMT, however, the next high, 1378. It got right into that, I believe, 1381. Yeah, so and that is kind of stalled it. And there are lots of shares available for me. 5.8 million. Okay, how do we apply? Well, docs, I can't believe it's an all-time high though. Yeah, so I mean, you just have to, you're going to have to either look at a monthly chart, and you'll see where the next highs are. You can see exactly where it's stalled. We looked at this. I guess you weren't here in the pre-market because I actually looked at this one in the pre-market to see where it could stall. And so far, just look at that monthly chart. That's where all the action is. So it's sort of stalled there so far. All right, guys, but 1619, we looked at this one earlier, 1622, it still has to take that out. It got a little bit of right to that high. If it can take that out, I'm going to stick an alert there around 1623, see if I can take it out, because it does have some room up to 17. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there if it takes that out, but it does have some room at least. Boy, this SG, I mean, just got hammered down. It's still up for the day, up 21%, but wow, look at this move down now. So far for me, anyway, the things I'm looking at, very choppy action. I mean, look at this. The is just insanely choppy. And look at the market now. Market's trying to a little bit of a recovery. You were talking about NVIDIA, NVDL. Let's take a look at NVIDIA long here. Okay, so that's what you're talking about, I'm assuming. This is the ETF to go long NVIDIA. Wow, look at the Lumen, LUMN, still pretty strong. What was the high yesterday for Lumen? LUMN. High yesterday for Lumen is up here, so it's got a ways to go. Even MITEC. Okay, I'm going to take a look at MITEC, guys. MITK. MITK. This is having a bit of a bounce here, guys. MITK is having a bounce. Okay, MITK is having a bit of a bounce here. Of course, it's got all sorts of room just because it's still down 27%. Of course, the next high is way up here. That's where it was yesterday, around $11. So it's having a bit of a bounce, though, MITK. This is a big move, guys. TXG. This is a big move with a fairly high float. Okay, there's the U. Okay, there's you guys. I think telling anybody to take this trade, but it definitely, to me, it looks really interesting. We got to hold this, try to hold this high here, 1622. Not doing it. And this is not doing it yet. Just waiting on the U, guys, okay? I'm waiting on the U. Okay, guys, I'm waiting on this U to see if it gets back up to this. This is the area. It's got to try to hold that 1620. So I'm going to put my alert here again. Well, okay, it's I'm not going to give up on it. I just want to see if it gets back over 1620. So CDLX is still trying to recover from yesterday's shellacking, okay, and it's still trying to recover a little bit anyway. Well, Ovi, there's the only one so far is the MyTech and the abnormal option activity. Only one so far. That I got anyway. Look at Sava, guys. Sava. Wow, Sava is just getting a leg down here. The low yesterday was down here around 2350. Not many shares available at Interactive Brokers. They're being snapped up as I speak for Sava to short. There were 4,000. Now they're 3,800. You're talking about Sava, Ovi? Oh, MyTech. Okay. Boy, Sava is just getting thumped here, guys. I don't know if there's any specific news on it today. Lawsuits, etc. But other than that, I don't. However, this is hilarious. Because I find it hilarious. Who are these guys? I've seen them before. I don't know too much about them, but Rodman and Renshaw, maybe they got a lot long. Now they're putting a $107 price target on Sava. The stock is at 24 right now. So they're putting a 107 per share price target. Okay, well, U is back up, getting back up to that area. Shoot. I got jumpy. I bailed on my MITK, a little jumpy on it. I had that one and I bailed basically flat, but I see now it's moving MITK. This is another, I don't know if it's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play, CPRX, but it's having a nice surge here. 1890, it's above yesterday's high, 1883. Yeah, shoot. So there it was. I actually got this one earlier than this. I was in at 815. It showed up later on the abnormal option activity, and then it was drifting back down at 815, and I bailed. And I don't know if it's going to go that much higher, but so Tordy, no, Sava is just one that I got thumbnailed, okay, just because it's been so active, okay? So Sava is just one that I got thumbnailed. That's what I do with some active stocks. I'm not sure Sava would have shown up. Let me take a look at some of the values. Yeah, so the relative volume is only 1.2, okay? So it would not show up. The only one that I have less than 1.2, and these ones here too, okay? Not less than 1.2, but I'm not using relative volume is here. And the biggest gainers from the open. Not that that one would show up. And in this one here, I don't have relative volume in here also. Which one are you talking about, Nestor? You mean just in general? excuse me, a move from 226 to 254. I mean, obviously that'd be awesome. I mean, on a percentage basis, are you just talking in general? All depends how many shares you take, of course. TXG guys, TXG, an interesting one. I mean, that was a big percentage move. Yeah, look at this market now. Yeah. So now we've actually gone mildly positive. The SPY is mildly positive. Oh, look, it's hard to look at this one, this SG. I mean, it is just so choppy. Take a look. I might have to go back to a 5-minute chart. I mean, it smooths it out a little bit on a choppy day. It's hard to look at a 3-minute chart. So I may have to, for the time being, anyway, is to keep on a 5-minute chart. All right, I'm not going to beat myself up about the MiTek now. MITK is moving down. U is moving down off that 1620. Tried, but could not get through 1620 again. What do I think about Cardiff, CRDF? CRDF, this is from our YouTube room. Bezavi from our YouTube room. Let's see, not a lot of volume, 122,000 shares. That's double what it normally does by this time of day. So, based on that, it doesn't trade very much. Again, look left. What do you see when you look left? This is what I see. I see potential resistance. It's an earnings play, but that's what I see. I see potential resistance. The high right there is 248. But look at the daily chart. There's all little areas where it could stall. If it gets through that, then the 200-day is up here. I just don't see a ton of room for this one to move. That's me, of course. All right, you. Is this a solid hold at that 1620 or not? And why 1620? Because that is the next high looking left. 1622. If it can take that out with authority, I mean, then 1713 or so is the next high. It's just sort of struggling to get through that 1620. This is an earnings play. The big float, they don't all have to be low floats. It's a pretty nice pop, 12% with that float, 284 million in the float. All right, guys. Wow, it's holding 1620. At least it's trying to. Or not. I mean, this is just, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's only a number, but it just does not, well, it's a number, but it's a high. It just does not want to take it out with authority. Not yet, anyway. Well, reset the alert, 1622, reset it, see if it happens later. What do they do? Developing video gaming software, okay? Just watching it, guys. I'm just watching the U. I'm just wanting to see if it can take out that 1620, maybe for the third time. Maybe this time it'll go. Guys, I'm sorry. I just really have to watch this U. I want to see if it could take out that 1620 with authority. Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay. It looks like it wants to move now. Okay. Up to you. Up to you. All right, guys. Well, man, I mean, I feel like I just should be scalping this. Now, I do see RAI is short MGOL. Again, I have no shorts for that. And I probably not a lot have shorts for MGOL. Okay. As I said, I'm going to scalp this U. I mean, I just don't trust it. I'll hold on to a piece in case it does have a bit of a run, but just not trusting the market today to have lots of continuation. PJ, Well, I hope I'm wrong about the U. I mean, I hope it, approaches this 17. Okay, well, okay. How about 1640? How does this look on that back on that 3 minute chart? Okay, not bad. Okay, well, rewarded somewhat for the patience. But look at that, and then a drop right back down a dime. I'm just, with that float, I just wish it were a little less volatile. Okay, totally out now. Made a pittance on the U guys. Really high hopes when I got into the 1640s, but I'll look at it later, but I don't know. I just don't think this today is not the day. With a lot of trend follow through, any on the stuff I'm looking at anyway. All right, guy. Wow, 1028. Wow, look at this one, EXFY. This is an interesting one. Watch, it's a oh, well, maybe it is going to come back. I'm out of it now, guys. I'm out of the U right now. So here's EXFY. Problem with it is when you look left, to me anyway, it looks like there could be some resistance not that far away. It is an earnings play, not a huge float, 50 million in the float, not a huge play or float. All right, guys, let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on it, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here is a promo code you can use if you want to take out a subscription right now. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my promo code, whatever promo code you do see here. That'll really help to keep the room free. All right. The room gets credit for the subscription. So the room is free. Let's keep it that way. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. Okay, you have to do this first. Okay, it's a software program. What we've tried to do in these 10 short videos is cover the major points of trade ideas, especially top lists and alert windows. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, a series of videos for you if you're new to trading, all free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. The trade of the week is also free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And there was no trade this week. Steve suggested to stay in cash. Big education section is here. Click on that and you will see we've got a great user guide. So right at the very first one, the getting started. Now this is a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You notice I'm running a race here, actually a couple of races, toggling back and forth, a couple of races. Here's how you can create your own race. I will go over the races, explain the concept of them, but this is how you can create your own race. You see that I put price alerts all the time on my charts. And watch list. If you want to create your own watch list of symbols you want to follow, you can do so, and it's right here. Here's how you do it. And scrolling down a little bit more, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. It should be Andy. I'll confirm that. I think he was sort of a mini vacation, so I'll have to check to see if it's going to be him. But somebody will certainly take over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time in our YouTube room. And last, if you are looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, here are my scans that I am currently sharing. I thought I had this compare count window here, but I guess I don't have it anymore. Maybe this is it, upside movers versus downside. I think this is it. Okay. So here are the scans that you can see. I have other scans that I am sharing, but here's the halts resumes is over here. Here's the two races. I don't have the large cap losers up and running, but it is here. You can have it. But here are the two races that you can see. I just toggle back and forth between them. Okay. So these are the top two. Here's the momentum scan is here. This is the movers. I want to make sure of this. I'm pretty sure this is it, but I just want to make sure. I'm going to open that scan. Yes, it is. Okay, so that is this compare count window that you see here. Okay, just a different presentation of our data. This is in a crawl form, and anything in red is down for the day, and anything in green is up for the day. So I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I have this on my other monitor. The abnormal option activity scan is right here. Very, very, very quiet today. And what else do I have here? So again, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running at the same time. Okay. So, and neither should you. Don't think you've got to load all these scans, put them all in a layout. You'll never get anything done. There's so much, there'd be way too much activity for you to try to follow. So I have them here. You can take a look at each one of them and make a decision whether or not you want them. Or it. I am not muted. I better not be muted. My mic is on and the mic icon is on in the main room. So you guys can hear me, right? Just need a confirmation. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So it's on your end, green, for some reason. Well, you can't hear me. But hopefully you're reading that it's saying I'm not muted. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? Let me demonstrate what Trade Ideas is by taking a look at this momentum scan that I've got. So what we're really, really good at is real-time alerting. Okay, so this is an alert window. And if I right click on it and click on configure and click on summary. So there are a lot of screening programs out there you can buy. Nothing wrong with them, but what I think what we can screen, this is the screening aspect. But again, what we're excellent at is real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. That means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. Why I call it a momentum scan is because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened, about a minute ago, was ABVE at 10:36 plus 5 seconds, all times Eastern, okay, Eastern time zone, and it made a new high, 175. It met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's why we see this. Since then, no other stock has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage. But of course, if you want to modify it, you can do so. For instance, you may not like this price range. Or maybe there's something else you don't like. You can take out a filter. Maybe there's a type of filter you would like to add. But if you like it the way it is, it's available on my homepage. Now, you can create your own scan, of course. This time I'll click on search. At the very top, by far, these are the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down until I see these icons, these are the filters. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got and think, my goodness, this is way too hard for me to learn. How am I going to learn all these real-time alerts and all these filters? You don't have to. Again, the only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So again, you don't have to learn them all. Me, all I use is the new high of the day and the new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. You know, I have a price range I like, a minimum volume, but that's about it for me. Doesn't mean all these other ones that I don't use are bad. Just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different. Okay? So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay? So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel you're interrupting me. If I'm, if I'm like with the you earlier when I was really trying to pay attention to it. I mean, I'll let you know. I'm, if I have to pay attention to something, but typically I will do my best to answer any questions you have. If it's an accounting question, I cannot answer that, but I can certainly direct you to the right people. If it's a scan you're looking for and I don't have it, it's possible one of the other traders does, and I can direct you. I can give you an email address to contact. We have 5 other traders. And that's why, and those are the ones who take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. We all have different trading styles. Okay, guys, let's talk a little bit about these races that you see here. I've got a couple of races. I'm just toggling back and forth. The large cap gainers, typically you do not see large percentage moves. This is a pretty big move though. DOCN, 1.5%. That is a pretty big move. You can see what's happening with it right now. Probably an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. DOCN is an earnings play. And the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's got some room, 33. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, okay? I'll be right back. Yes, I'm on mute. Yeah, I'm muted, okay? I'll be back in, I don't know, a couple of 5 minutes or so, okay? Just give me a moment. I'll put the announcement up there, or maybe not. Okay, guys, so, yeah, where was I? I was talking about the DOCN. So, but the whole idea of this one right here, the biggest gainers from the open, this is a more volatile, can be a much more volatile race versus this one. Okay, because this is a large cap. Now, let me explain what I'm talking about. So, all races start off from a top list window, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Notice here that there's almost a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I'm running 4-minute races. Okay, and you can run whatever time frame you want. Again, if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, and then go to the guide, and then go to TI Stock Racing. It covers all like everything you need to know about how to create your own race. So what happens in the race is that this is telling me that since the race started 2.5 minutes ago, CDLX has moved 1.8%. Okay, ALDX is 1.5%. At some point, the race is obviously going to be over, and there will be a winner. And so there's a top 10 list that is created of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This gives you a nice focus of stocks to look at, to watch. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on an alert. You can always click on it and see what's happening. Now a stock does not necessarily, it's not necessarily going to be at the high of the day. This could be a stock that is pulled way back and then all of a sudden is starting to move again, on a bounce. So for those of you who like to play pullbacks, this could be really nice to just, check them out. Just check them out. MRIN, the VWAP is at 241. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP and moves from there, that might give you an opportunity to go long. Maybe you've got a moving average on the chart that you like, and it pulls into it. Maybe it bounces off it. A lot of different ways to trade, of course. So it's not, the fact that I'm somebody who likes to see stocks that are at the high of the day or the low of the day doesn't mean that that's what you have to do. Okay, so that this top 10 list can really help if you're more of a pullback player. And also it'll show stocks near the high too. Okay, race is over. And so ALDX won that last race. And you can see the first race is won. And it had a little move there. Wow. My tech. Oh no. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So that's the concept of the racing. Okay. Now, if you're watching this, your question should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Well, here's why. So all races start off from a top list window. Okay. So if I right click on the top list on the race, open the top list. So this is the top list window that this race is based on. And this is something that I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see necessarily, but I'll just show you what I'm looking for. So in this top list window, I'll right click on configure, and then summary. So if the price is between $1 and $50 and it's 200,000 share minimum have traded and it's up 2% from the close at least, then it's going to be in this list of stocks. Okay. And it's probably a pretty big list. Yes. Now, how a top list was used before we had racing is that classic question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today based on, some parameters, a price range that I like, minimum volume, etc. So as long as you have it as a column header, which I do, at C% is the change from yesterday's close. If I double left click rapidly on it, this is telling me that EXFY, that meet all my parameters, this is up 39%, DOX is up 33%, etc. Okay. If I'm looking for stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, the change from the open, again, I can do the same thing as long as I have the column header. So I double left click. CDLX is up 28%. EXFY up 23%. Again, this is from their opening trade of the day. This is how much they moved. Okay. Now, all well and good, but how are you going to use this to trade necessarily? I mean, it might be interesting just to see the ones that are up the most, and maybe you trade these. But what the race does is this: what if I don't know, let's pick a stock down here, RCAT, which is up 7.9% from yesterday's close. But what if, for whatever reason, this stock started to move and it's up 8%, 10%, 12%, 14%, etc., moving up this list? Well, you would never be able to see that, of course. Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the one of the ones, that are up the most from yesterday's close, or even up the most from their opening trade. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock is moving out of this entire list of stocks. Okay, what stock is moving from when the race started? So there's the EXFY again. It's only up 6 cents, but that's 3%, and it's 3% because it's pretty cheap. But you can see in this, and there it is, 5%. Sometimes you'll see some huge movers in this race because it has no. I'll explain, because this is a large cap one. This has nothing to do with market cap or float size, so it's sort of wide open, and so you can get some big percentage moves in this race. I'm talking 10, 20, 30%. This one, you will not typically get very high, like large movers in terms of percent. The reason being is, if I open this top list, I've added a couple of filters. One of them is the market cap has to be at least $500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Consequently, you're not usually going to get stocks that are really, really volatile in this list. Doesn't mean it's bad to look at these stocks to trade, though. And again, you notice a top 10 list is automatically created for you. All this means is there's that U right here. Just means that they're, well, typically less volatile. Well, U has been a little bit volatile for me. It may be setting up again. So if you're new to trading, this race here might be a better race to concentrate on. Yes, these ones have some tremendous moves, but with tremendous moves up come tremendous moves down. So this one might be a little bit, well, not a little bit, definitely less volatile to take a look at. But see how a top 10 list is automatically created for you? You could just follow these stocks all day long. Check out the Novavax. Is it maybe coming off the bottoms here? Maybe. Oh, you, what are you doing to me? Well, let's just see, for argument's sake, if there was ever a transition. Yeah, there was never a transition. I just felt it was a little too jumpy, but there was never a transition. And let me explain what I'm talking about with this transition. Okay, if you're new to this, you're probably looking at these charts and going, "Well, what the heck are these things?" Look at this. Good for you guys if you're in the U. Okay, I'm not anymore. But if you're looking at these charts, you're wondering, well, what do these colors mean? And why do they look so strange compared to a normal candlestick chart? So if you are a YouTube, if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, you can click on New from our toolbar and click on Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. And when you do that, the channel bar will show up. Showed up on one of my other monitors. Notice we have one channel that's called Go No Go Charts. If you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Okay, now notice this is just a typical, well, this is an OHLC, open, high, low, close chart, not a candlestick chart, but more traditional with the red and the green, okay? But before I get into that, what'll happen is you should get a pop-up and there'll be two videos, a launch video and channel explainers, okay? If you're interested in Go No Go, and I'll explain, what the colors mean and all, before you do that, take a look at this. It may or may not be something you want to try. So take a look at the two videos. You can also see some text down here that explains what it's all about. Okay. And this is a $50 a month add-on. That's why I'm saying, you should take a look at this, and it may or may not be something that you're interested in. Now, you can always try it for a month. You can use my promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off. It's just a month to month. So it's up to you. I'm not trying to, I am really enjoying it. That's all I can say. Now, if you have taken out the subscription and you're wondering, oh, how come this is happening? Why am I not seeing the Go No Go charts? You have to click on an alert, on an alert, okay? Once you do that, an alert these are scans that have been created for the Go No Go system. These are Go No Go was created actually for more swing trading. So these are all swing trading scans. Okay. The minute you click on it, it'll turn into the Go No Go color scheme. Now, if it still does not for you, you must be on the latest beta. Now, the other thing you can do, you don't want to stay in the channel. You can take this chart and duplicate it into a free floating window. Once I do that, here it is, free floating. Now you can incorporate this chart as part of your layout if you want. Now you can click on other alerts that you may have from your scans. I'll just click on one that I got and see how it changes. Okay. I do see it changed here too, but again, I think it's nice to have a free floating chart so you don't have to be in the channel. Now, there are some intraday scans available to you. If you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then click on Market Explorer. This box will pop up. Right-click on it. Hover over Select Strategy. You'll see these are all a lot of the other Market Explorer scans that have been created. And you'll notice one of them is called Go No Go. And then here they are. So these daily ones are the ones that you see in the channel. And then here are the 5-minute. The 5-minute ones are the intraday scans that you can take a look at. Okay. I'm not using them. I'm using my own scans, but there could come a time where I'll start to use these. The reason I'm using mine is because all of the anything you see in the Market Explorer, it's not customizable. So in other words, you can't pick your price range, volume, and all that sort of stuff. So that's why I'm still sticking with my own scans. But there could come a time in which I will start to look at the ones that Michael has created, Michael Nas has created. So that's what it's all about, okay? Meanwhile, yeah, look at this market, guys. Look at this market. So the go no go would have been something like this. The minute we had a transition from that aqua to the blue. That was a suggestion to go long. Okay, so if you're playing the spy, you could have taken this trade at 5:30, and it's moved. Now listen, this is a nothing is 100%, of course. Okay, so doesn't mean that absolutely 100% that it would, every time you see the transition, that something like this is going to happen. But in this particular case, that wouldn't have been bad. Would not have been bad. Another explanation about the colors. If you see orange, that is basically telling you not to take the trade at all. They're not seeing an advantage. The system is saying they're not seeing an advantage in going long or short. So orange kind of keeps you out of the trade. Okay, Kate, you're right. You have to be in the latest beta. Okay, you have to be in the latest beta. If you weren't, maybe you didn't hear what I was saying. Now, if you're on the latest beta and it's still not working for you, on the go no go charts is what you're talking about. When you click on an alert, it's still staying. It's not changing to the go no go charts. You must be on the latest beta. Okay, and just go to the home page. You go to my home page. Let me get rid of this. Go to my home page. And for anybody else listening, okay, in order to get to the latest beta, just click on my homepage link and click on the download and download beta. Okay, download beta. Yeah, it's a variety of indicators. I don't know what they are, Chad. It's proprietary to them, and that's why we have to charge because it's not our technology. The people who created it, they've got a bunch of indicators in there. I have no idea what they're using. I actually don't really. Well, I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I don't really care. But there are a bunch of indicators in there. They may even say what indicators they are. I know they have a website, the Go No Go website. They may even say, but of course, they're not going to give you the values. Yep. Here's my discount code, Barry15. Okay, Bizal, Bizal. So again, guys, I don't know how many people. I know the RAI had a short for MGOL. think I had a short a while back also. Just looking, maybe not. I'm trying to see if there was some. When you see a flag on a daily chart, that means, with a little buy button or even a sell button, that means this was a previous AI alert. But my problem with it is that I have no shorts available, Interactive Brokers, and my guess is that there are not a lot of, unless you have Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero. I can't speak for all brokers, of course, but all I can speak for is Interactive Brokers, and they do not have shorts available for MGOL. So I could not take advantage of it. Okay, just give me a moment, KB Ray. So here's my homepage link, okay, underneath. So there's my homepage link. Click on it. And you see where it says right at the very top, download. Click on download. And here it is, download beta. You too, John. Okay, KB Ray, did you get that? Just one moment, please. Okay, KB Ray. Okay, good. Okay, so here is the reverse, okay, in terms of the way the color scheme works. So, to short, let me expand this just a little bit here. Okay, so again, orange is telling you don't take the trade. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. Even though, I mean, it had a nice drop, 27 down to 27.50 down to 27. But if you want to follow the system, it's saying don't take this trade at all. Then you get the transition to the pink, and then when you get the transition to deep purple, they are suggesting to take the short. Okay, that's how it works. And right now, obviously, if you had seen this, the EVH at 26.94 taking the short, got all the way down to 26.39, pretty good short. Doesn't mean it's going to. Now, the one thing I'm finding is that it helps me keep in, even though I sort of didn't do it with you, it helps me keep in a trade a lot longer. Because now the concept is if you're in this short, now I'm not saying I wouldn't take any profit, but if you're in this short, just give me a moment. If you're in this short, until it transitions back to pink, if it does, okay, it's suggesting to stay in the short unless it transitions back to pink. And the same thing on the long side, stay in the short, the long, if you got in on the long side until it transitioned back to the aqua. Now, again, this would be impossible to hold on all the way down through here. So you have to use, a little bit of common sense too. Okay. But that is the concept. But again, watch the videos and it'll explain it a lot better than I can. All right, guys. Now I am experimenting between a 3 minute chart and a 5 minute chart on the Go No Go. Okay. I found, it's possible that I'll have a 5 minute chart at the beginning of the day and then switch to a three. At the beginning of the day, things are so volatile. Now, why? Let's, for instance, let's take a look at this. So on the 3 minute chart, the suggestion was to short at 26.94. Let's take a look on a 5 minute chart. And you can see there's no red. There's no red on it at all. Okay, so the 3 minute does give you an earlier entry, but with an earlier entry can come with a lot of whip, perhaps. Okay, in this particular case, it didn't. That's why I'm saying maybe at the beginning of the day, maybe the first hour or so, I'll have a 5 minute chart and then I'll go to the 3 minute chart because this is giving me, this will give me earlier entries. Hopefully, all that makes sense. Yeah, and remember, Katie Ray, you can then, save your layout. You can save your layout with that chart included. Okay, so you don't have to do it every day to get it into free floating. Now, I freely admit that Lumen has been a tough one for me to trade, but here it is on the transition. Okay, right. Actually, now that is interesting because on the 5 minute chart, it's actually right here. Transition from the aqua to the blue right here at 5:38. On the 3 minute chart, it's not until here. Kind of interesting. Anyway, my advice, if you're going to try this, is to experiment with the different time frames. There's no, I don't have all the answers. There's certainly no right or wrong time frame to use. What a short this would have been. I was so toying with the idea of shorting this one under 50 in the pre-market, and I got completely distracted. And look at this break of 50 for the RNA. Before it pulled up, I got down to $43. You guys are talking about Upstart, right? I did see that one earlier, but so the interesting thing on the EVH is that on the 5 minute chart, there was no short signal. And on the 3 minute chart, there was certainly a short signal. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, it may not matter, as Dip Meyer said yesterday, it may not matter later on in the day, but I'm using pre-market data, okay? And I think that can affect, if you're not using pre-market data, and then you're looking at mine and saying, well, wait a minute, how come my colors don't look the same? It may be because you're using pre-market or you're not using pre-market data. I like to use pre-market data. Again, there's no right or wrong. I just happen to like using pre-market data for everything. I want to see the pre-market. So Poor William, he can't even hit the caps lock on his computer. DSGN. Now EVH is right back down again. Interesting, very interesting. Right back down again. Oh, I see. Okay. And of course, I'm just teasing you, William. Okay, guys, it's 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking a break. So and I'll just confirm that it'll be Andy taking over for me. I think he's sort of on a mini vacation, but I think he said he would do it today. So let me confirm that. Sometimes Steve will do it in place of Andy, but I'm just trying to confirm that. Okay, so here is the transition now on the 5-minute chart, a little way later than on the 3, but there it is. And this is just a thumbnail chart I've got, guys. That's what I do. I've only got 8 of them. And what I do is I take some of the ones that I think might be active for the day, or sometimes during the day something becomes active, and I'll I'll replace it. Like I might have had something else that wasn't that active in this one, so I'll put the EVH in here. And it's an interesting also, that's what you can do too. And so you can you might have a bunch of stocks that you want to maybe follow all day long, and maybe you can turn them all into go no go charts and follow along. So, guys, I'm sort of resurrected this one. I don't know why I didn't have this one up and running before, but this is the abnormal option activity. And what I've done is I put a 30-minute. I used to have, in other words, excuse me, I don't want to see I want to see the same stock if it keeps making a new high or a new low for 30 minutes. So that's why I am seeing, you can see the MITK 1008. That's at least 30 minutes away. Another 30 minutes away at least. Every time it was making a new high. And here's also the EVH was here at 2640. So anything in brown is a suggestion to short. Anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. And yes, that is available on my homepage. Wow, look at the EVH now. Very interesting. The way it kept me in the trade, to be honest, kept me in the trade. It did have that little jog up, but it kept me in the trade. And now I can also maybe even use the 5-minute as a confirmation. So after years and years and years, well, of never using anything other than typical traditional candlestick charts, I'm complete. Even if I weren't using Go No Go, I really, really like the look of the OHL, and you can do it, the OHLC. Wish there was a better way to describe it, but in our chart style, this is, of course, these are the candlestick charts are right here. And so why I went to this, I actually went to this before we had the Go No Go, because I knew the Go No Go was starting, and the Go No Go people have absolutely suggested to use the OHLC charts. So so I decided to use OHLC charts before we even had the Go No Go, just to see what it looked like, and I really liked it. I really liked it. Even if we did not have Go No Go, I would be using these candlestick these bars, the OHL. Come on, Pepe, you've got to help me on this one. Got to be an easier way to say it. This is awesome, though. I mean, and I'm not great at shorting tops at all. I mean, this is still up 23%, and I almost guarantee I would not have done this without this color transition. And now look at it on the 5. Wow, this is a big. I mean, this is really getting hit here. And of course, all my rules still apply. Okay. I still have to be able to look left and see, okay, where is, in this particular case, where's the next low? Obviously, far enough away. Okay. If the 200-day moving average had been close, if that, then I wouldn't have taken the trade either. Okay. So all my rules still apply. This is just alerting me to the fact that this could be very interesting. Then I still have to look left. If I'm going to short, where could it go? Well, obviously a ton of room. And the same thing if I were getting a trigger to go long, I still have to look left to see how much room. So it's not like I've thrown everything out the window just because of a color transition. But holy smokes, is this ever awesome? On this one, anyway. Again, I'm sticking with this until I get. And if we do get a transition like to the pink, okay, we get a little pink. Doesn't mean I'm going to just get rid of everything, but it'll get me, maybe interested in taking some off. And again, I reiterate, nothing is foolproof. Okay, this is just it's an idea generator. You still have to understand how to, looking at a chart, trade it, and all that. But boy, it is really interesting. I've only been doing this. I think this is my second week. Okay, give me a moment. My kitty is saying, "Feed me." Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening here. If these larger cap ones are doing anything, there's the EVH, BE. So I'm looking at this one now. Now, obviously, it had a little jump, EVH. Okay, because I am watching this now, and I'm okay. Now I know it has in transition. I know I've been saying I would wait, but I have covered some, but in the past I probably would have covered it all. I'm going to hold some just in case. All right, I will refer to it as a bar chart. Thank you, Pepe. Oof, all right, guys. What time is it now? 11:25. So in about a little over half an hour, I will be taking my break. So this is the one that got absolutely hammered down. I think on earnings or some other reason. This was earnings here. No, I don't understand. I remember what happened with this one, the QXO. Yeah, this NFE was. I mean, this would have been stunning. Look at the transition right there. I wanted to short this one, but I had no shorts available. I'm not saying I saw it right here, but I know I saw it earlier doing something. It's an earnings play. Just no shorts available for me in Interactive Brokers. As Real would say, stupid IB. Okay, that has got me out of the. I don't care if there's a transition now. I still have to use some of my trading experience, I guess, even though there's no transition. But I'm not going to let it come all the way back up to where I shorted it. So I'm out of it now. We'll see if it moves back down again from here. But anyway, yeah, the NFE. I think some of you who has shorts for that one. What? And I don't want to hear from Centerpoint, Cobra, or Trade Zero. For instance, anybody with E-Trade or Fidelity or another broker. Lightspeed, really. Webull, really. Webull has shorts. I wonder why, and why doesn't Interactive Brokers have shorts? As I mean, how fabulous would that one have been? And Andres is saying, really? Fidelity has 840,000. And I'm sure, Casa, if you're in the room, you're going to tell me that Questrade has shorts. Yeah, I wouldn't say that, Hermes, but certainly that was not the reputation for with Interactive Brokers. They had shorts at the Open. Okay, how many? Just out of curiosity, if you remember, if you do remember, Ovi. Couldn't have been too many. I don't know, Casa, is this your experience? David in our YouTube room saying, Questrade may have shorts available, but their fill price, their delay is terrible. Been there, never again. How has been your experience? This is Casa from our YouTube, from our main room. I know he's always talked about Questrade. I used to have Questrade. For those who don't know, I'm in Canada, and I used to have Questrade, but once we were able to link with IB in a foolproof way, I went to Interactive Brokers. Certainly, never used to be like that, Hermes. Maybe E Trade is well, William certainly can be the tell me. Is it maybe they're getting better at having shorts? Anyway, but I've said this before. I have been saved a lot of times by not having shorts. You know, NFE obviously is not one of them, but I've been saved many times by stocks not having IB not having shorts available, and something that I may have shorted, and then it just kept moving higher and higher and higher and really ripping higher. All right, guys, 11:31, half an hour for me. Oh, somebody in our YouTube room was saying they would never use Questrade again for shorts. They said they may have shorts available, but their fill price, their delay is terrible. I'm just wondering what your experience has been. Okay, guys, I am now. Oh, you know what? This PubM is looking interesting as a potential short now. If I can find it somewhere. Okay, I'm going to have to type it in. PUBM. Oh, I see what you're saying. That investigation report. Okay, David. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really remember. You see, with Questrade, it was always you never with Interactive Brokers. I know if there are shares available. You know, this is little SLB. If you have Interactive Brokers, just in your search, just type in SLB, and that you'll get this box. This will tell you all the time how many shorts are available on any particular stock. Can't see the symbol here, but I think it's PU. I think it's PubM. Okay. And so that's what I really like. So that's how I know how many shares are available. And yeah, that's what I remember, Cass. I used to have to test. So I would say, okay, let me short one share of PU, like a PubM at $100, you know, because it's not going to, it won't be at 100. So, and then they would tell me right off, they would tell me if there were shares available, or that would tell me if there's shares available, if they accepted the order. It's hard to believe that all brokers don't have something like this just readily available. All right, guys, I am, let's see, I'm out of everything now, of course. Wow. You know, we've got so many earnings plays. I don't even want to look, but I'm going to. Computer's probably going to go a little crazy. Just give me a moment. Wow. You know how many earnings plays we had this week? We had about 50, over 1,500 earnings plays this week, guys. 1,500. Next week we still have a few, but it's down to like 300 and between 350 and 400. 1,500 earnings plays this week. This is the big week, and we'll start to it'll start to dwindle now. I mean, 350 is still, you know, a lot, but it's not 1,500. So here is my, you know, it'll be absolutely full. I can't even I can scroll down. I cannot fit all the earnings plays that meet my filter requirements on my monitor without scrolling. So this is it next week. Now, you know, having less, it's not the worst thing because it gets you to concentrate on fewer, you know, you're not tugged in a lot of different directions. but eventually it'll get down to almost nothing. Well, that's not true. I mean, there'll always be stocks releasing earnings every single week, but some weeks it might be like 50 stocks and that's it. And some of them are going to be like really cheap ones that nobody cares about. The $2, $3 stocks. I shouldn't say nobody cares about, but they don't have the big moves. Here's Arcad as an example. Arcad it's a cheap one. That's a good move. 21%. All right. You're wanting me to huge cannot be over 50 cents because it is not yeah. I mean, look, I understand 264%. Fabulous move if you got it all the way down here. 1,137 times normal volume up to this time of day. 700. What was there? Had to have some news, obviously. Provides update on its investment in Celli Nutrition, created by a world-class pharmaceutical research and development team. Okay. This is like shot recovery, expediting alcohol metabolism and faster recovery from alcohol consumption. Isn't that what shot was trying to do? I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know how. Wow, look at shot now. Oh man, remember the hype about this one? But Pepe steered us clear of it. This SG now is showing up on the option scanner and as a potential short here. It's still up 21%. A little bit like the EVH, EVH was still up a lot. But the idea would have been here, 32.59. What I'm going to do, I don't think this will degrade my system too much. So charts plus SSW, okay? Right click in here. Oops, what happened there? All right, now I can have a bit of a comparison on the 3 and the 5. All right, guys, about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Yeah, so man, seeing Penn right up here, PENN right up here, 1844 on that transition. Well, EVH is now moving down again. Let's see if I if I had held this one. I'm not in it anymore. Okay, what's going on here? Symbol linking. Ah, now, at some point, now what we had, Buyer and I noticed that sometimes, in order to play a bounce, I mean, this is still a strong stock. Okay, it's still 30%. I mean, it's not strong in terms of what it's done over the course of the day, but it is still up 30%. I'm talking about MGOL. If this turns pink, even though this is not, we're finding that this might be a way in which you can play a bounce. If this turned pink, I'm talking about in general. I'm not just talking specifically for MGOL, but we're finding that sometimes that can give us a bit of a bounce play. So this is what I'm going to do. I will stick an alert up here around 494. Okay, just underneath 5, and see first of all if we get the alert, and on that alert, did it turn pink from the deep purple? Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Not seeing anything right now. Plus, I'm not going to take any trade right now. I'm going to be off in about 10 minutes for about an hour. All right, so there was the alert. Still did not turn pink though. It's still deep purple on both. FDA approval on the SPRY. Okay, I didn't think I may have seen this one. No, I don't think I saw this one in the pre-market. It didn't really do anything in the pre-market. In fact, it did nothing in the pre-market. Yeah, look at that. No trading in the pre-market at all, unless it was delayed for news or something. Ah, keyword here, guys. Keyword. The stock is moving higher, trading higher after the FDA reportedly approved. Okay, that's that word right there. So reportedly approved, not definitively. Did approve, reportedly approved. I mean, it may in fact, they may in fact have approved it, but putting that word in there leads to a little bit of hesitation for me anyway. Not because I'm not going to take a stock because of news like that anyway, but now that's the last headline I have. This is from Benzinga, but earlier ones. But other ones, it says it has approved. So I don't know why Benzinga has to have that reportedly approved, as opposed to the other ones that say they have approved it. Reuters. Whoa, DIOD, guys. This is an earnings play yesterday, okay? Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, so actually the reaction is today. So the reaction actually was good. Remember, they released after hours yesterday, so the reaction is today. The reaction actually was, decent. It's still up 3.7%, but starting to fade now. If I were not going to be on a break, I would really take a look at shorting this one. The low yesterday was 58.96, so there's a lot of room underneath from 62 and a half down to 59. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's at the low of the day now too. Okay, so there's nothing propping it up on the daily chart for today. So might be an interesting one to take a look at. But again, I will be on a break, and that is the DIOD. My old serve. This one served me very nicely. One of the very, 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 very few swing trades that I had. And there were some huge price targets put on this one. That was the reason it had some news here, and that's what got it going. I can't even remember what the news was, but that's what got it going. And then we saw all sorts of very, very high price targets put on it by multiple firms. So anyway, turned out to be a pretty nice one. Look what it did. Got right into the 200-day moving average and stopped. I think on this day it's possible. Pre-market, it was quite a bit above that. Okay, guys, I'll put my announcement in. I'm still here, but I'm just going to put my announcement in. That'll be on my break. And before I do go, I will put the YouTube link in our main room so you can head over and listen to Andy while he's takes over for me for about an hour, 12 to 1 Eastern time. Well, there's Reddit also, guys. Reddit's at the low of the day, or it was anyway. And another one that's got room looking left. RDDT had earnings 3 days ago. So yeah, on August the 7th was the reaction. Today, 9th. So right here, that was the reaction to the Reddit earnings. RDDT. I haven't looked at GameStop or any of those for a long time now. What is GME doing these days? Nothing. An AMC. Just ugly. I was thinking about the last time I went to a movie, and I can't remember. Yeah, I can check serve on the go no go. Yeah, take a look at that before I have my break. Let's see the serve. Okay, on the wow. So on the 3-minute chart, there was an 14. Okay, 14. And it's interesting on the 5-minute chart. I don't quite understand why we're getting earlier ones at all. But on the 5-minute chart, you could have taken that at 14 and about the same, actually. It's actually about the same around 14. Okay, that was the transition from aqua to the blue on the 5 and also on the 3 at 14. Now, understand, you've got to be in it around these areas. It's not a matter of chasing it now. I think people got the misconception that, well, if it's blue, I can just take it. No. You've got to be able to, check it out on the transition, and get it close enough to the close enough to the transition to make sense. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to keep moving, but like everything else, let's take a look at where it could go. 15. I mean, it still has room. In the traditional sense, it still has some room. 1548 is the next high for serve on the daily chart. But that would have been, had we seen this one, had I seen this one, would have been nice to take around the 14 level. And it got up to 1460. Excuse me. I know it's saying to stay in the trade, but I know what I would do. I'd be taking some off for sure, and then keeping in the trade until I had the transition with the balance.
Hello, Mr. Barry.
Oh, Andy.
How are you? Did I sneak in on you?
You did. I didn't hear a pop. So just give me a moment, okay? I just have to let them know. Okay, guys. So Andy is now in our YouTube room. All right. So I will take my break now from you guys in the main room, put myself on mute. We will see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can officially welcome Mr. Andy Lindlof to our YouTube room. How are you doing today, Andy?
Doing good, Barry. Doing good. It's a little bit sketchy for this morning. I'm doing some fading, so we'll see if it works out. But
Well, we've had a choppy market. The SPY. Yep. I'm sure you've checked the SPY at the beginning. Oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock Eastern time looked pretty good. And then we had the big drop, and now we've had the bit of the recovery. and now the little drop below yesterday's close. So I don't know. I mean,
It could,
we're
yeah,
still
it could very well be a doji today, just a narrow
yeah.
range, going into the weekend.
Exactly, exactly. I all I do know is that I had to learn all about a carry trade, and never heard that term in my life before this week.
Oh, yeah.
Never
Oh,
heard about
really?
that.
Never heard it, huh? Yeah,
Never heard.
I remember it back in the day. Seems like you heard it a lot, a lot around the last. Excuse me, man. I'm brain dead today. Got to bed about 2 o'clock last night, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
I
telling
flew
the
in.
guys that
Yeah,
you're sort of on vacation still,
yeah, yeah. I'm sort of on vacation, but I wanted to help the guys out because I know it's been thin in support. So
right?
yeah, but had a good time. And but anyway, yeah, going back to the carry trade. Yeah, I think when that last time we had the crisis, there was a lot of talk of that back in 2008,
Oh,
2009,
okay, yeah.
I believe. Yeah,
I
I don't
didn't have trade
understand it.
ideas then, so
No, no, I just follow
so
the price action, Barry.
exactly. Okay, my friend. Well, listen, I got some things to do, so I'll take
Hmm.
off now, and we'll see you in about an hour. But just
Yeah,
before I go, though, I just wanted to ask. I asked Steve this yesterday. Are you using Go No Go at all?
I am. I am, but
Okay.
I noticed you had a multitude of charts. I just used a 5-minute chart. I don't have one up right now just because I'm kind of sluggish and not really doing any intraday trading. But yeah, I love having that 15-minute chart up and taking a look at it when I'm entering a trade.
Yeah,
Sure.
I find it fascinating, really.
Hmm.
So,
It's good
okay,
stuff.
I'll let you
Can I
go
ask you a
and
favor?
see
Can
you.
you come back maybe about five? I have to go pick up my dog for my sister, meet her at this place. So about 5 minutes
All
till?
right.
Come on, Barry, you can do
Deal.
it. All right,
Deal.
man. I
Okay.
appreciate it, buddy.
Okay.
Have a
Bye.
good break. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Hey, David. I see David's in here today. All right, guys. If we've never met, my name's Andy. This is the support webinar. So if you have any questions regarding the software, be sure to hit me up. Do my best to answer those questions. And then, other than that, we will definitely talk markets and stocks and maybe look for some action. Uh, Typically, by the time I get here on a Friday, early Friday afternoon, uh, it's all the action's been played out for the week. But we'll definitely keep an eye out and see if anything's happening out there. But a lot of interesting stuff. If you look at the SPY and you look at it, got close to that 10 period moving average, still may want to hit it. XLF tagged that 10 period moving average to a T. So this is definitely the one, or one of the ones I'm playing on a fade. Okay, right? You had this big downdraft, and instead of trying to short, in the hole down here, you let them pop up and fade it in the armpit, as Steve likes to say. Uh, let's see. Apple has been stubborn, but same thing with Apple. I'm fading it via the AAPD. Uh, and you can see it coming right up here and tagged as 10 period moving average. Did get light above, and not only that, you had some nice resistance right here in Apple. So we'll see if that works out. If it does go back to highs, I'll probably just bail on that one. Just give me the stocks. I mean, the stuff that actually entered Apple yesterday off the 50 and then added to it today, but we'll see what happens. I'm only 9 cents out of the money. And then my most recent trade was TSLS, fading Tesla off this bounce on the 15-minute chart up here close to the 5-day moving average. And this one is never got positive on the day, so some weakness here. You got a wedge. It could break down from, or it just could go sideways. We'll see what happens. But as you can see, I'm leaning short. Hey, Michael, how are you? Yeah, doing good. Doing good. It was a nice little vacation. Didn't do a whole lot. Unplugged for the most part. I did do, I like to get up in the morning before the family gets up. I'm waiting on them anyway, so I'll do a little trading, but not a lot. I pretty much unplugged and enjoyed beach, boogie boarding, kayaking, just having a good time. And it's probably a good week to take a break because being a little bit bearish, I may have tried to fade a lot of stuff during this period where we've had a nice, basically the whole week I was off. We've been kind of bouncing and uh, I did play a few China stocks. I scalped out of most of them. I have a little bit of lead left, a little bit of Baidu left. Because I mean, if you look at some of the China, it's been kind of outperforming over the last, even going back over here. Let's call it last 2 weeks. Okay, KWeb and FXI is basically flat over the last 2 weeks, and you cannot say that about the SPY, which is down over the last 2 weeks. Now, typically, a day like today would be in a normal bull market. Maybe this would be kind of a doji day, and it very well can be today. But being that it's a Friday and there's a lot of little macro news out there, you might get some people scared, not wanting, especially the ones who have bought, you know, early in the week and just saying, I'm going to bang out my profits. We'll see what happens, but honestly, I'm not sure I'd want to go long into the weekend. Then again, we could just rip back up to highs and call it same as it ever was. What do I think, Nestor? What do I think about M? I saw that come through on Barry's watch list this morning. Let's take a look. It did have a nice bounce. I mean, a nice move in the early going. Now, what I don't like about it, Nestor, it is below its 10 period moving average, trying to get back above, just not far below. But these are 15-minute bars. And if I zoom in, you're going to see really haven't had a bar reversal. Now, for me, what I'd be looking for if I am thinking about going long this would be a bar reversal. So basically, over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars, we have not had a bar reversal. If you get that, yeah, sometimes that could be a signal for some possible continued upside momentum. But until we have a bar reversal and stay below this 10 period moving average, I would not be, you know, I think it's a gamble right now. But let's take a look at the daily. And also NEC, I mean, you're talking about a stock that's up. That's, yeah, not crazy amount for a low floater like this with only 3 million in the float. I'm assuming that's correct. But 250 is definitely a pivot level. Okay. So yeah, I don't know, man. That's a tough one. I would keep it tight, if it couldn't get through that 250 level, because you can see all morning it wicked right every time it got through it, it came right back down in the same candle. Excuse me. Great volume though, relative volume 142, low float. So yeah, it has all the potential in the world. Um, if I were going to play it for a scalp, that's what I'd be looking for. And easy way to do that is just kind of mark it up. And so this high right now is 240, and right now we're at 239. So and trying to get back above the 10 period. So there is potential there. It just typically, I would say 8 out of 10 times when you have a stock like this that, you know, really only had the momentum for the first 2.5 bars. So basically the first 45 minutes of the day. And since then, you really haven't had any momentum. Okay. But that can return. But typically, I like to see them go quicker. Maybe right, at least right here when it pulled down and tagged that 15, but it broke right through it. Let's take a look around real quick. And got the spies, which is basically flat down a little bit, possibly looking at a doji going into the weekend. Qs are actually down a little bit on the day, but very similar as far as the pattern goes in the chart. And look at those Qs. Speaking of 10 period moving average, see how these things, they all just kind of, that's what you call algo trading there. Algos run Bartertown. IWM really could not get anywhere near its 10, and it actually could not even get back above the 50. So some relative weakness in the IWM as far as the recent bounce that we've had. I love the fact that they've added these bigger cap stocks that you could actually short in like your 401k for years. It's been really frustrating because, downside move, maybe you could buy some TLT, but that doesn't even work anymore because a lot of times uh, the bonds would just go down, follow the market around. So uh, and sometimes gold and silver, you used to be back in the olden days, when the markets got really volatile, a lot of money would go into gold and silver were considered a defensive play, but really hasn't been the case recently. Cash is king. Yes, Trader 77. Nothing wrong with that. Matter of fact, even with these positions, I'm probably in 80% cash. So these are not huge positions at all. No, I'm not going to load the boat up on the downside. Get some central bank involvement over the weekend. Come in Monday morning and limit up. And if I get some selling into the close, I'd probably even take some, scalp some out. But we'll see. But a great example for some of you people that like to short, that want to short, and you feel like it's very hard, is if you're patient and maybe wait for your pitch. And I was actually early on Apple, but and I'm not that early, but I was early on FAS and SPX. But no, actually FAS I've been in for a while. I was actually in that from the lows going back over here, and I think I got out and got back in, but or took some profits, maybe held on to a little bit. I can't remember, but pretty much been in that one. But I did add on this pullback to the 10 period moving average. think one to keep an eye on, one I've been watching is BAC. This one was the one back over here, even on this day right here, the X, if you look here on it's very interesting. This is August 1st, and BAC was pretty much just getting sold over the last 3 weeks into this right here, and it could not bounce. But if you look at XLF on the same date, that was right here. And when BAC on that day started selling off hard again, that's when I jumped in FAS pretty heavily and had a nice little move from down. So, but getting back to my point, this is what I was watching this morning, BAC, to see if it would, after this move right here. It did not quite make it to this 10 period moving average, and then it rolled over right there. So if this one can go to lows, I think and KRE really did not have much of a bounce at all. Speaking of banks, yeah, here's KRE. See, nowhere near its 10 period moving average, and on lows now, and looking to possibly take out yesterday's lows. Yes, Peter, thank you. Yes, I did have a great trip, and yeah, I guess in Southern California, my Airbnb wasn't hasn't fallen to a lack of demand, I guess, because it was pretty steep still. But it had a beautiful ocean view, so it was nice. So I imagine some of those ones are going to get the price they want. Let's take a look at Airbnb. Yeah, Steve pointed that out to me after earnings, but I was away trying to fight back. I mean, there's been some decent earnings out there. Let's pull up the race and see if anything's happening. And like I said, I've been unplugged. Let's pull up the race now. They got to be up more than 4% on the day. Yep. SMR doing well. Digital Ocean, a nice move there. Running right into some trouble there. Now, some of these ones had some nice momentum in the first hour of the day. Look at that. It's pretty strong. Keep this up in case we see something. Yeah, I don't need to see much here. I'm just gonna put it right there. That way, I still keep an eye on it every now and then. Let's go through some sectors here. Oil is performing well, but much like the market, seems like it's had a 4-day bounce. Right, it did get above its 10 period moving average, but still in a downtrend. TLT is up on the day, but that thing's impossible to play. There's your Bitcoin, ran right into, speaking of everything kind of moving in a nice coordinated pattern. You got your Bitcoin running right into its, well, I'm not sure. It's probably different on the actual Bitcoin, but IBIT anyway, running right to its 10 period moving average. Let's see, Nestor, what is your strategy at the time of taking profits? If you have something specific, good question. I was in some, I typically in this kind of environment I take it pretty quick. I'm looking to take profits pretty quick, like this Baidu scalped out pretty quick, especially to the long side because you don't know how long it's going to last. And really on the downside too, because you don't know when some central bank's going to come in and ruin your party. I mean, a great example was now I was out and about, so I did not. I had stops in, but like this Faz on this day, where was it? Oh yeah, I gotta think opposite. This day right here, I can't remember my exact buy, but I kind of loaded the boat back on this pullback. And then later that day, I had some really nice profits. I was out on the beach somewhere. I had stops in, so I protected myself to the downside. But then that was frustrating not being able because I would have loved to have taken some off there, but I didn't. I had stops in. I guess I could have pulled my mobile phone up, but I was just going. I'm kind of bearish, so I was kind of just playing that. But that was really disheartening to see the gap down in the sell off yesterday in FAS, which would be a rally in the financials. But to answer your questions, yeah, I think bear markets are tough. I think if you can get a good price, you can stay in some and look for, hopefully a much bigger move, downside move, which can be wise if you get it. The problem is in this market that we've seen over the last 15 years, these bear markets don't last long, and you got to be quick to get out. And not only that, they're volatile as they go down. All you got to do is just take a look at the SPY. You break down here, gap down, and then next thing you know, you're back up to this level again. So that's why they say you know a bear market can destroy both bulls and bears because you get a lot of time you get on the wrong side being bearish and they just rip against you. So this is why I like to do fade in the armpit or fade into a moving average because now if you get a good price, you can scalp out some and then save, even if it's only 10 or 20% of your trade. If you get into a massive 40% move like we will see again, we've seen it in the past, where, and honestly I think the next big one could be a 50-60% move to the downside. I mean, I'm not predicting that, but I wouldn't be surprised. So anyway, yeah, it's nice sometimes if you do have a good entry in a short. What I would like to do is, scalp out some for a profit, and then maybe hang on to a little bit. Hang on to a little bit to see, if it's going to be, a massive bear market. Well, yeah, we're kind of, yeah, we're definitely in no man's land. We could still go either direction. I mean, if you look at the big picture of where the market is right now, yeah, there's nothing extremely bearish about it. Uh, but it's the kind of market where I want to get my shorts at my price and I want to get my longs at my price. In other words, I'm not chasing in either direction. I think that's where you're going to get in trouble. Okay. So in other words, this day right here, market gap down. Probably a lot of people just piled in on the short side thinking, okay, here we go. This is going to be a big one. Next thing you know, 3 or 4 days later, you're way underwater. That's not my style in this type of market. I want to fade, into moving averages, into resistance. A great example would be Apple. I don't know if it's going to work. because it seems like everybody wants to own Apple, but that's a great example of maybe when to fade. Of course, I would have thought yesterday when I entered at that pretty much the high of yesterday would have been a good spot too on the 50 period in 50, but no, it wanted to go a little bit higher here, and it still may go. It may go and take out these highs. So you got to be prepared if you're wrong to get out. Yep, there's nothing wrong, Nestor. Only playing the long side. There's typically something always going up. I'm not sure if you're a day trader or a swing trader, but there's always something going up every trading day. So you can definitely make a living only trading long. And I'm predominantly long. I would say 97% long. But being a swing trader, it's a little bit different for me because so in other words, I did unless I'm playing another market like China or something like that, that maybe looks like it's turning around, I'm not going to, be chasing longs in this market. Okay, so yeah, nothing wrong with that, especially if you're playing uh, only intraday 5 minute charts. I used to play when I first started. I play a lot of 5 minute charts, and then the high frequency trading came about, and I said, I better expand my time frame a little bit here. And I started playing 15 minute. All right, let's take a look again. SMR is still hanging out up here. It's got a nice little break if we can get above this level right here. Go back to highs. It's definitely a pivot level there. Oh, yes. Huge pivot level there. Pretty big short float. So maybe one to keep on your radar. Tagging its 10 period moving average right now. SPY trying to get a bounce off the 530. Yeah, I could definitely see this. It looks like it wants to set up for a nice little doji under its 10 period moving average. Learn that KRE in case it wants to start breaking down. Actually, a pretty good little volume bounce there in the KRE. Take a look at the big boys real quick. Apple is up the most at 0.6%. Just nothing happening. A lot of them are just close near flat. It's an interesting level there in Netflix through its 10. Put a little alert there in case that wants to go off. And AMD, boys, had a hard time getting back through its 10-period moving average. Put alert there in case it does go through. Could get a nice move there if it can get through that level again. Let's take a look at above all major moving averages. Earnings play, a nice little pop. That thing can get back above 550. If you're looking left, it gets back above. Of course, it has a couple of 560. Then you're probably looking at 584. Those actually are not very big incremental moves. Okay, this is one we want to look left on for sure. You know what? It's all-time highs. Yeah, so there's no really reason to look left. Okay, so that is at all-time highs. Gets back above 16. Earnings play. Nice quarterly revenue growth. Probably gonna thin out of this Apple. I was kind of expecting a move today, and I'm not sure I'm gonna get what I want. Or I should not say Apple, the bearish Apple. Yeah, I don't want to go. I wouldn't mind going the weekend short, but I don't want to go heavy short just because it could go either direction on mine. All right, let's see here. I am tempted to play this, especially since it's on all-time highs, no resistance. And on a pattern like this, I think if it does take out this kind of intraday high at 93, if I do something like this, I would, if it came right back into that range, I'd probably just sell it. Looking for a scalp. Good relative volume, 7. Sweet green kind of in no man's land. I mean, as far as where the next high is concerned, it's not until 35.47, so a couple of points higher. What put you into? I'm not into HRTG. I wish it was in there from this morning, but I'm not. It's got that, just filled that gap right there or close to it. Take a look at Tesla. Where'd my big caps go? Let me just go here. My big boys. Yep. Just kind of in that wedge. I mean, it can go either direction. That's for sure. But it is under pressure being below all its moving averages, but that could change. Yeah, if Apple takes out this 45-minute high, I'm going to at least take some off. There's a Netflix alert that I just set a while back, trying to poke its head above this 3-day high. The trade desk looking to try to go to highs. Let's see. Nestor, what did it do? Did it poke through there? Yeah, sure did. There was your bar reversal, and you see how fast it got once it went through there. A lot of people playing that nasty. Hey Nathan, welcome aboard. I hope you like it. If you have any questions, be sure to hit me up. Be happy to help you. How long have you had it, Nathan? What do I think of Donald J. Trump? Well, it's definitely putting in a base, around this 25, 50 level. Honestly, I think for me, I'd like to at least see it back above the 10. But if it took out, this it would be back above the 10. So above the 10, and you're looking at basically a 5-day high. So 2750 area, I think, would be interesting. Of course, if you're like me, you like to anticipate sometimes. So I like to maybe put the price alerts in there a little bit sooner. Maybe stick it down here around the 3-day high and see if, because a lot of times you set it right at the number on stocks like this and it triggers and you pull it up and it's already gone. So sometimes I like to put my price alerts in a little bit before the level of interest. Okay, Nathan, what are your contacts? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I want to know how Trade Idea works and if it's different than Trade Algo. I'm not familiar with Trade Algo. The thing about Trade Idea is a lot of people come in here and they because they're excited about the AI, the Holly, if you will, and uh, but what people don't realize, there's so much more you can do with Trade Ideas. They basically configuring your own scans to fit your style of trading. Uh, where I mean, let's face it, you're typically when you build a scan, you're basically doing an algo anyway. I mean, you're creating the filters and the parameters and everything. So you're kind of building a little algo yourself. Uh, but that being said, yeah, you can get some great calls from the Trade Ideas. The problem, I mean, from the AI. Let's take a look real quick. The problem a lot of people have, they want to come in and like just hook it up and try to auto trade it, and that's not its best use. Okay, it's idea generation, just the same as a lot of the scans that you would custom build yourself. So let's take a look at the AI strategy trades window and just take a look. Couple of shorts today, MGOL. Uh, it looks like it happened right there. That one may be a tough one to get on that wick. This was another short. Okay, looks like they're shorting the gap on this one, or the gap up, I should say, in the money, and looks like it might be trying to go lower under pressure now. But a lot of people want to jump in as soon as they get the alert, and I think the best way to trade these things is kind of just put them on a watch list, keep an eye on them, set some price alerts. I mean, because this thing went up at 971, but look how many times it came up here to the 10, right? So you could have, gotten even a better price in this if you're just doing a little fading strategy up around the 10. The 10 whole number was a very psychological number. All right. So instead of rushing in and chasing it, to the downside, maybe just put these on a watch list and look for them to, finally maybe peter out. And even if you turned around and got it right here, just below the trigger point, when it's finally breaking down above this, below these ranges, somebody may want to trade it like that. I can go over and over, on a lot of these trades. Same thing with this one. Let's say you didn't catch it there and you're like, oh man, it's got away from me. Put it on the radar and just say, well, if it pops up close, back to this entry that the AI have, boom, you could have gotten it right there. And there's going to be some that are not in the money right now. We can take a look at that. Yeah, this is one that, it triggered. And once again, don't feel like you have to rush out and get it right when it triggers. If you kept an eye on this, you could have got it on a pullback, and really it had a nice move for an hour, and now it's kind of petering out and selling off like a lot of earnings plays do. Same way with that one. To me, that's too big of a gap up for this. This price of a stock is up probably one time 50% or whatever, but not quite that much. Maybe 38, 40%. Uh, to me, that's a little bit too much. You see a lot of these blind with these earnings plays. So I'm not big on these. The AI will definitely, point you in the right direction where the action is, but I think it's best if the trader trades these things, on their own. So, especially when it comes to exits, you're gonna be able to see all the market, things that are going on in the market, the spies, the cues, uh, the underlying commodity, maybe that if it's an oil stock or a gold stock. There's that HRTG that somebody talked about. Peter, I think it was. But there you go, Nathan. I think the AI is great. It's going to show you where some action is for sure. But don't feel like it's a system designed just to get you in and help get you out. I think it's a great tool for ideal generation, but don't get trapped into only using. There's an Apple alert. I think I'm about to get stopped out of some of this. Yeah, I sold half of that Apple. I'm not had too much of that. Jay. That's a very good question. How do you manage stops when you're playing an anticipated move? That's where it's tricky. I mean, a lot. I like to be early, eh, and if you're playing an anticipated move, you have to keep them a lot tighter, obviously, than if you're waiting for the break of a certain pivot line or your trigger point. So typically, what I'll do is if I'm anticipating and it does not go through, I will typically either cut my size way back. Remember, I'm a swing trader. Okay. So I'm not, the move doesn't have to happen right away, but I do not want to be loaded up on that move. In other words, uh, trying to think of an example today, maybe. Let's say it's this AMD and I was eyeballing here. So and maybe if it was getting up here, my trigger went, let's say I set my trigger around, 86 and it goes off and I'm anticipating that move. Uh, First of all, it would probably not be full size. It would be even quarter, a third, a half size at the most. And then I would add if it went through. But I'm talking in terms of day trading because I would probably not be swinging this one, but uh, and then if it does not do what I anticipated to do, I'm going to be real small in size, or I'm just going to get out. I wish I could find a better example of a trade I did recently, but I've been on vacation and I haven't been doing much trading lately. Yeah, the spies are ticking back up. But that's a good question, Jay, because a lot of times it will get me in trouble. I mean, the thing about it is that you have to be very disciplined. And if it doesn't go through, you have to have in mind what you're going to do. And a lot of times, yes, I'll just cut them all together. Take a paper cut, we call it. Especially on some of the stocks that are gonna, once you know it's a well-defined, you know, trigger point, like a pivot level, a range breakout, whatever it may be, there's a good chance that stock's going to move really quick once it hits that level. If I'm buying like a pullback or something now, I'm not too worried about it. But uh, well, let's see. I think I may have.
Yep, I'm
Yep.
here.
Hey, there you.
I'm
I thought
here.
I thought I heard you.
I'm here. So yeah, I know you said 5-2, but how about 7-2?
That's very kind of you, Barry.
And had you been
Yeah.
telling me you were going to pick up a human being, I would have said, nah, but because it's a pet, no problem.
Oh yeah, he's longing to see us again, I'm
Oh,
sure.
I'll bet. I'll
Yeah,
bet.
we
That tail
forever
will be
we've
wagging.
taken it we've taken him on every vacation since he's been born.
Oh
And
my goodness.
daddy just got tired of being the one that wake up at 6 in the morning and take him, and then you go places like a beach where there's no dogs allowed, and my wife and
Yeah,
daughter are frolicking in the ocean, and I'm I'm up on the boardwalk with my dog watching them.
right. Right. Tears coming down. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, my friend. Well,
All
listen, you
right,
go
thank
pick
you,
up your
Barry. I
little guy,
appreciate it.
and we'll see you next week.
Oh yeah. Take care, Barry.
Okay. Thanks,
Bye
Andy.
bye.
All right, guys. Back to my layout. Back in both rooms now. Get rid of the announcement and get my music going, and we're back. Or SG is getting interesting, guys. Okay, you can see all the blue here, the little blue here, and I'm just waiting to see if it can take this out, this 3368 out, because that could pop it. It's an earnings play. I mean, it's up 27%. A couple of the analysts are putting some price targets, 36 on it. So anyway, we'll see what happens if it can take that out. And the MGOL, let me take a look at the MGOL. Yeah, so again, you see the blue here, guys, the blue. Now, the problem I had with it, I was on lunch break. I did see this though. The problem I would have had with it though, I mean, that's a giant bar. Okay, so more ideal when it's a little more narrow, then you get the blue because at this point you kind of feel like you're chasing it. But yeah, I mean, look, it would have, you know, 551 in theory, then on the entry, 551 getting up to 582. That's not bad at all. And on the 5 minute chart, 544, and again it gets up to 585. So I mean, there was an opportunity to get it. I probably would have backed off it just because of the size of the bar. Now in this particular case, it would have worked. Man, remember when Triple D 3D Systems was the wonder stock? Well, the wonder technology. Look at this. The 3D printer. Just absolutely. I mean, it's basically a penny stock now. All right. Golf is moving down a bit. It had earnings a few days ago, topped up on earnings, kind of trying to hold, but now on the 3 minute and the 5 minute, obviously giving it up a bit. Well, I don't know if it's confirmed. I mean, it depends how you want to read this. See, that was, this is the first headline I saw, okay, with the FDA reportedly approved. Okay, so that's number one. But other ones, oops, same one. But then they say they received. Now, this is the company saying they received FDA approval. Now, here's another one. And here's another one. As the FDA greenlights nasal spray for, let me see how this absolute. Okay, the US FDA approved. So, that seems a little more emphatic. And the other one that says reportedly approved. I don't know. I mean, it seems like it is a bit of a confirmation, but your guess is as good as mine. I mean, most of the headlines say it was approved, but this is the one that is another one. Okay, if the FDA came out, okay, then that's fine. Then I guess it's a done deal. I don't know why Benzinga had to have the reportedly. Thank you, Shady and Jungle Jim. Ah, dip buyer, where are you? There was our little bounce play for EVH right here. Look at the little transition right at 25.89. Transition from deep purple to the pink. Meanwhile, the SPY has gone mildly positive. Dow is up, Nas is up. Not much in anything, but it is at least positive. I wonder what will happen. What time is it now? 3 hours for the market to close. A lot can happen in 3 hours. A lot can happen in 15 minutes. Am I a go-no-go user right now? Absolutely, Jay, from our YouTube room. Absolutely. I'm really, really interested in the SG, especially if the market, continues to move a little bit higher. I'm really interested in this SG. It's forming. I just need it to pop through this 33.69, 65 mark. Well, I just like the way it transitions. I'm, I've only been using it for a couple of weeks, Jay. So, but I'm finding that I like the way the color transitions work. Do they work on every? Yeah, they work better, obviously, on a trending stock. Something that's going to pop up and down with different colors all the time. Not so well, but I'm finding on a sort of a trending stock, it gives me a little more confidence on the entry. But the other thing it does, it gives me a lot more confidence to hold on to the stock. That's what I've been finding. And right now, I'm sort of experimenting with the two time frames, the 3 and the 5. Are you a subscriber? Jay, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? No, okay, but you're standard. Okay, well, the first thing I would do is click on the toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar. Okay, Docked Channel Bar, and then click on the Go No Go Charts. There's a Go No Go Charts channel. Click on it, and then you can watch these two videos. Okay, watch these two videos. Take a look at all this and see if it makes sense to you. Okay, because this is an add-on. This is an add-on. It's got nothing to do whether you're a premium or a standard subscriber. It is a $50 a month add-on. The reason being, it's not our technology. Okay, we're licensing from a third party, people who created it, but we've also created scans for it. Okay, these are more swing trading scans for it. And up here, if you click on New from the toolbar and then Market Explorer, and then right click, hover over the trading strategy, and then go down to the Go No Go, another box will pop up. These are the intraday scans that have been created for it. Okay, but it is a $50 a month add-on. So that's why I say watch the videos. Okay, if it makes sense to you to try it after looking at the videos and looking at what the color transitions are meant to imply, fine. If it doesn't make sense, then don't do it. It's a $50 a month add-on. You can get it for 15% off the first month if you use my promo code. But again, it has to make sense to you. The fact that it makes sense to me doesn't necessarily mean it's going to make sense to you or anybody who's listening. But like every other, and I don't know exactly the science or whatever you want to call it behind it. I know they use a lot of different indicators. I don't know exactly what they all are. RGC just got halted on the way up, guys. RGC got halted on the way up. But like any other indicator, this is a basket of indicators into that bar. It's not all going to work. Not every single time is it going to work. I still have my rules in place. So even if I get a transition, I still have to look left to see how much room it could have to keep moving until it hits the next high on the daily or the weekly chart. If the stock is near the high of the day, or if I want to short near the low of the day, still have those rules in place. So it's not like I blindly take everything just because there is a color transition. The EVH was an awesome one. You can see the transition was right up here at 26.96 before it pulled back at all. It got down to 25.43, straight down. And now, where are you, dip buyer? Because we could have taken this on the bounce right around here, the 25.88, when it transitioned from deep purple to the pink. I'm also finding that it works a little bit better on the more expensive stocks. I mean, maybe the stock's 10 plus. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't work on the cheaper stock. When I say work, I just don't see the huge moves that I see on the slightly more expensive stocks. Okay, dip buyer. Well, you gotta let me know when you take a break because you're my go-to guy now also with the go no go. But you see what I'm talking about right here. You have a 5-minute chart up for the EVH. Look at the transition was right at around 25.92 from deep purple to pink. And it's just been moving a little bit higher and higher. You know what, dip buyer, that is a better way of explaining it. Stocks with less volatility probably work a lot better with go no go. That's a better way to explain it. Because the stocks with huge volatility can just move up and down and you're not getting as nice a trend. So yeah, the larger cap stocks, I will agree. You may not get you're not going to get the big moves, but I'll take EVH any day. And I am continuing to watch the SG. I want to see if it can break out. This might be just building up some momentum here, some kinetic energy right here. And maybe if it pops through this, it may have a go. Remember, the high of the day was 34.86, so it would still have over $1 to that high. Not saying it's going to get there. And then if you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 35.47. So there's even that. So it may not happen. I mean, but that's I'm very different from Andy. If you were listening to anybody listening to Andy in the YouTube room, he might take this right now, in anticipation. I never anticipate. I always wait for a break. It's just a different style. But as he said, obviously, if you anticipate before it happens, you'll get a better fill. And you could be wrong more times than you're right, but he'll have it. Yeah, as he said, he'll have a tight stop. So he's out of the trade pretty quickly if it doesn't work. But if it does work, yeah, he's got a better fill. And if it really works, again, he'll have a better fill than I will because I'm going to wait for a little more confirmation. Just a different mindset. That's all it is. Let's take a look at Tesla then. Okay. And listen, I know if I were just a spy trader, I mean, I'd have to figure out what time frame I want. But these, for something obviously like the spy with lots of liquidity, you know, playing these breaks, color breaks, very interesting. I'm just not a spy trader. Now, the interesting thing here is that this is sort of telling you maybe to get out of the trade here, even though it's moving higher. I have to. That one doesn't make a lot of sense to me. To me, this should still be blue. So let's take a look at Tesla. Let's see what you did on Tesla on the 3-minute. Aha, right here. I see what you're talking about. Right around here. Oh, the purple to pink, right there. The purple to pink. Yes. And you see that only happened on a 3-minute chart. On a 5-minute chart, that did not happen. Well, yeah, I'm The idea, Jay, is that when you get the transition, well, see, on a 3 minute, oh, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. See, on a 3 minute chart, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. You know, on a 3 minute chart, it's saying is definitely saying to stay. It's still blue. I've not seen it quite like this, where because the theory being the transition to the other color now from blue to the aqua is it's not so much saying get out, it's just saying be careful. Okay, be a little have a little more caution. It's not saying get out. Normally, though, this bar would be starting to drop a bit. So I'm a little surprised that it is so aqua. So it doesn't mean get out of your position. It just means okay, maybe start to keep an eye on it. I mean, why would you get out of the position if you were in the SPY long right now, as long as it keeps moving higher, right? So I mean, there's still, I mean, there's still the trader in you that has to come out. Ha, good one. Aqua is like the amber traffic light. You could hit the intersection, but just be a little careful. You never know what might coming through the other side or the other direction. It's interesting that just in a 2 minute different time frame, how different it is. Yeah, there's no magic button, Bezavi. You're going to have to spend 2 minutes or 1 minute to load the scans you want, and then create the charts you want. So I don't have a magic button for the layout, no. And the reason I don't is because not everybody wants everything in the layout. So I just make it a la carte. You can pick and choose what you want. It's all there on my homepage. Well, I mean, but you should at this point, Bezavi, you've had the program long enough. You should know how to create a layout. It doesn't have to be docked. So I mean, if you scroll down, anybody else also wanting my scans, here they are. Middle section, click here. There's a scan. So here are the ones I'm sharing. The Halts resumes. So when you load it, put it in the upper. Just put it in the corner. if you want it exactly like this. Here are the two races. The large cap gainers from the open and the big gainers from the open, which has nothing to do with cap. And just toggle back and forth. The momentum scan down here. And then decided to show you guys the movers. This is the upside movers versus downside movers is right here. And after that, you just create your own time period or time frames. It may not be what you want, what I've got here. So really not that hard. Boy, that EVH dip, that would have been awesome. Almost $1 move now. And look at this little transition. This might even go blue. Well, it's blue here. Shoot, blue here. Oh, look at the SPY here, guys. So yeah, so again, yes, there was a transition here, but it didn't mean to get out. It just mean, okay, maybe have a little bit of caution, but no, I mean, look, a little bit of caution didn't mean to. And as long as it was moving higher, for instance, if this aqua had been moving down, then you might have said to yourself, depending where you got into the SPY, if you took the trade, maybe lighten the load a little bit, get rid of some if it had been moving down. No reason, though, when it was moving up to do that. And now look, this is almost back to the pre-market highs, I think. I think it is. I think it's back to the pre-market highs. Almost. I mean, the pre-market high looks like it's around 533.25. So we're at 530. We're basically at the pre-market highs now. We've come all the way back after this descent. Now, will it last? Well, again, if you were a SPY player, you could have taken the trade right here at 531.38, and there's a couple of dollar move now. So with the SPY moving like that, I've got reasonable expectation that SG may do it. I'm not going to anticipate it, but it may do it. So as I'm waiting to see if this triggers, let me one last time for the week go over my homepage, everything that's there. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. This is a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 15, it'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, please use my promo code, whatever it is. This will change from time to time, but whatever it is, use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for this subscription, helping to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install for a startup and login. Scroll down a bit, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows to the key elements of trade ideas. Okay, 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101. Series of videos, all free. If you're new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at them. I do a stock of the day video. You can take a look at that, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve basically said, you know what, more prudent to sort of stay in cash. And last, if you're looking for my scans, and I'm going to show them just briefly before, click here. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. These two races, these top two, I just toggle back and forth. Okay, these two right there. I am sharing the large cap. It's just I'm not sharing it on my screen, but you can have it. The large cap losers. Okay. There's a momentum scan down here. Halts resumes over here, and the movers to the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running at the same time, and neither should you. That would be way, way, way too many scans. The reason I have a lot here is just to give you a taste of some of the other things that you can take a look at. So all you have to do is load it and check out the filters or the idea behind it. And if you like it, great. If you don't take it. It's really that simple. And again, This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting question, I won't be able to help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. If it's a scan that you're looking for, wonder if we have something. If I have something, I'll certainly give it to you. But if I don't, I can maybe try to construct it, or I can direct you to one of the other traders at Trade Ideas who may have something like that. If you're interested in swing trading, we do have a couple of swing trading channels. Click on New, click on Dock Channel Bar. And if you click on the Show More, Swing Picks and Trader TI Trader I. They're more they're like well, there are swing trading ideas there. I'm not a swing trader. So I doubt William is going to keep this room open after I get out of here. I usually take off between 2:30 and quarter to 3, so I doubt if he's going to keep it open till even 3:30. He has been keeping it open till usually around 3:30 on Fridays, 4 o'clock Monday to Thursday. But he's been a little under the weather this week, so he is not, and he's under no obligation to do it, even when he's fully recovered. Yeah, so he's not keeping it open. So in about a little over an hour, I will be taking off. So good time to ask questions. If you have any questions, boy, this SG is looking really, really interesting, guys. It'd be nice to see a little bit of volume come in to pop it through all this. Oof, look at this one, MNST. So it had earnings. The reaction to earnings was yesterday. Big gap down for Monster. $51 down to, well, I mean, it's still a very big gap down to 43. Trying to recover right now over the whole number. Shoot, would have been a nice on both time frames around 45.78. Yeah, both time frames. The transition from the aqua to the blue. And of course, it has room looking left, a ton of room. There's the high, 51.52. So obviously, next yesterday's high or the next high looking left is not an issue at all. So Monster is sort of looking a little bit like the Spy. Couple of blues, aqua, blue, aqua, blue again. All right, SG. All right, guys, working modestly well now. SG. Okay, just give me a moment. There's a promo I can give you guys. Okay, only for a premium annual though. So you got to make sure you want the product. Not trying to tell anybody that's what they should do. Okay, but I just have to figure out what percentage it is. Oh man, just give me a moment, please. Ah, there it is. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to figure something out here. Okay. All right, so here is a code that you can use in order to get $420 off our premium subscription, okay? And it's going to be simple, save 420. Only on a premium annual. Now, again, you better make sure, you've got to make sure that you do want it because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund, etc. So if you've been thinking about maybe getting a premium annual subscription, I think this is sort of a weekend deal. Well, it'll be good now, but so save 420. So if you click on my homepage link, Sure, it works. And it's only good for a premium annual subscription, okay? There you go, okay? So again, but I cautioned you, you have to know you want the product. No, Mike Storm, that was 2016. That was way back where you could buy, yeah, we had something, I think in May of 2016, where people could basically get the back tester for life with an upfront amount of money. And that included also the premium subscription at a fixed rate forever. But that's that. So the bottom line is no. Not many of our customers, I'll be honest, care that much about the back tester. I hardly get any questions about the back tester. But if you're a bit of a, if you've got the time and the inclination, it can be fun. Hmm. Well, I'm glad I'm not in the SG guys. I was all set to take it, and then I was alerted to the fact by our guys that this promo code was on. So I got diverted. So I'll have to keep looking at it though. So you get back over that. It just doesn't look like it wants to really break out. Even Beyond Meat, which is an earnings play to yesterday, actually had a decent day yesterday, and it's a bit of a continuation. And the BYND and through the 200-day moving average now. You've got the time, Trevor. Absolutely. I just, and I used to use the back tester. Just, what I found the back tester was great for? Keeping me out of it, keeping me out of a strategy that I thought was pretty good. All right. Again, it's in that area, the SG. Ooh, this would have been an interesting one. Dip buyer, if we'd seen this one, the ALKT. Look, you were wondering yesterday. Well, I know you found some examples, but look at the transition on the 3 minute. from the orange right to the blue, bypassing that intermediate step. And I think that is very bullish. Now on a 5 minute, it's a little bit later. Now let's see. I mean, it's got room. Obviously, the next high looking left is over $2 away. Did it transition from orange to blue? Okay, Tesla at some point. So what we're talking about, typically the transition, you go from orange to aqua to blue. But if it goes from orange meaning, you know what, we don't see an advantage trading it one way or the other, short or long. And if it jumps immediately to the blue, again, bypassing the aqua, that can be very bullish. Well, nowhere in the documentation you're going to see that, but we're just sort of looking at all this, and we're sort of seeing that when we do get this pattern from orange to blue, it seems to be very, very bullish. What is going to go on the SPY? Look on a 5 and a 15. 15 is a little late, but I'll take a look at what it looks like. On the 5-minute chart, well, I got it right here. On the 5-minute chart, still looks good. Okay, I mean the bar is dropping, but until it transitions into aqua. Now, if you were in this down here at 531, and you could have ridden it all the way up here. Now, I know how I would be trading this. I'd be probably out some, but not all. And then if it turned aqua, I would get out more. So that's on a 15, on a 5. 15 is going to be really late. Oops. That doesn't make sense. So again, here was your transition, 532. What made it up to 534 and a half. So again, it's suggesting to stay, at least stay in some of the trade. You have to use your trading skills. I mean, I'm not going to stay in the entire position when I see something like that, but I will hold on because it's not telling me to get out completely. And again, it's just an indicator, right? It's not infallible. Sure. The cues. What time frame, Captain? 5 and a 15. Okay. So this one was interesting because again, what we're talking about, a transition from the orange right to blue can be very bullish. Now I see it's dropping a bit here, but that can be very bullish. Let's see if this holds and moves higher. Now, the caveat is this: we had two pretty decently sized bars. It would have been better, had we only had the one bar, and then it turned blue here. So it's like anything else. I mean, we can't chase things. But on a 5 minute, the transition was at 450. We got up to 452, like recently anyway. There was another one at 448. UVIX, sure. Is that, make sure it is. So right now it would be telling us maybe maybe it's going to start to bounce. The transition from on the 3 minute anyway. On the 5 minute, no, and on the 15, it's still down. On the 3 minute, you got a little bit of a pink here. So what we're seeing is that sometimes what that can mean is a bounce. If it turns from deep purple to pink, I have to see what happens. I'm not used to, of course, trading these ETFs at all. All right. Well, SG is working a little bit. A little bit. I see. Okay. So this is going to test me here, guys, to stay in this trade. I mean, I could take it off now and it'd make, a pittance, but to try to stay in this trade for a while, SG, see if I can get close to 34. Yeah, all I know about the go no go, I'm pretty sure MACD is involved and a bunch of other indicators that they've put sort of a basket of indicators into this one bar. Is BYND halted? Yes. Wow, that was tremendous. Saw this one right here and didn't think that much of it. It went through the 200-day moving average. You're absolutely right. BYND is halted on the way up. Completely lost sight of it. What a great transition right here at 682 on the 3-minute chart. Man. And even on a 5-minute chart, 723. Let's see where it could open. There's got to be some news on this one. I mean, it had earnings yesterday, but I don't know. Is it some McDonald's bringing them back or something? Now, this doesn't look good. If you're in this one right now, this doesn't look good. All right. I don't think I've displayed this screen today. This screen today. This is from Interactive Brokers. I'm in sales, Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. You can't see the symbol, but it is BYND. And there's the halt price at 912. Now it is, oh, it just opened. But you can see, ooh, it's really, really volatile. Oh my, guys, look at SG now. You're right. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. KV Ray, was that you? Sorry. I'm just, I want to see if I can get really through 34. Boy, 33.97, 33.98. I may have to take some off just because it's a whole number. Yeah, make sure. Okay, so make sure. Now I can hold on and see if it takes out that 34. Hmm. All right, where's Beyond Meat going now? I wonder what the reason was, guys. I don't see any news on this one. I mean, other than earnings yesterday, but I don't see any news on this one today, or what caused this jump. I mean, this was just you know flatlining down here, 645 most of the day in that area. All of a sudden we get the transition, and then we got the big transition. Yeah, high short interest. Yeah, I mean high short interest. We've got 39% anyway. That they've got 38%. So in the ballpark. But what was the reason for this for the pop? Some group somewhere decided, Let's take a look at the high short float percent stocks and pile into take one of them, pile into it. All right, guys, 153. So a little more than half an hour for me. Whoa, look at MGOL, making a move again. I think it's the high of the day now. I think. Why did GME move also? I don't think they're short Best Buy. You're thinking of Bed Bath and Beyond, aren't you? Which I don't even know if it still trades. I think it's a pink sheet. I don't think they're all over Best Buy. They better not be. You're thinking of Bed Bath and Beyond, right? I don't even know if it still trades. Bed. Yeah, it's not even on the pinks anymore. Anyway, back to him. MGAL. I'm surprised it did not win a race. So here a couple of transition right here at 565, and on the 5, this about the same 560. Oh, I see. Okay, Captain, I get you. Boy, this MGAL now, the high of, well, it's above the high of the day now. 574 was the high of the day. Next high is 674 on the daily chart, 674. Certainly not me and Mamba. I rarely do that. I probably should try it more often, but I rarely do it. Mainly because I take kind of my whole position right off the bat. Now, sometimes what I'll do is maybe, I'll sell part of my position, and then if it comes back to where I sold it and it starts to move, I may add right back. I don't even do that often though. I really have to be paying attention to be able to do that. But I'm sure there's somebody in the room might have a strategy on adding to winners. I think I think you almost cannot take a full position though. Maybe you can. Some people take, I'll take a half a position to begin with, and if it starts to work the way I think, I add to it. But I'm sure there are people here who may have some idea. Okay, guys, just a bit of a stretch time for me. I'll be back in about a couple of minutes. All right, guys. Well, that MGAL just made a high. Wow, and did it ever? I mean, it is actually challenging that high that I saw looking left. That one right over here. It's a 670, and it got up to 658. Is it halted right now? Looks like it's going to get halted. Yeah, just got halted. Well, let's see where it could open, guys. MGOL, MGOL. Let's see where it could open. So right now, it's suggesting an open below the halt price. Is this the first time it's been halted? Yeah, I think so. Oh, no, it isn't. This is the second time. So second time can be a little iffy. First time usually is pretty good. When I say pretty good, usually you get a halt price and it pops above the halt price. Usually, the first time. Second time can be good. The third time usually is when it drops. But again, that's not scientific. It's just kind of what we've noticed over the last, I don't know, 3 years since we've had the halt resume scanner. But you can see how this price right there is like it'll move around until that 5 minutes is up. If it's a 5 minute halt. I still cannot believe the float it's got and what the percentage moves it can do. You just don't see that. Interesting. Oh no, I'm thinking of another one. I'm sorry, I was thinking of the LUMN. So this is why. This is why it can do it. 805,000, under a million in the float. Sorry, I was thinking of the LUMN that had the same, approximately the same number, except there would be an M instead of a K. Oh, do I think that? I guess I don't. Well, I don't know, but it's still got to take out that 670. There's 770 right there. There's 770. I mean, the next high, 670. So it's got to take that out, and then the next high in the weekly chart is 770. And then we get really crazy. The next high is 1730. And at the beginning of the day, if you had shorts available, this was a fabulous short. From our AI at 563, and it got down, I think 466, which was a great short. Wow. Okay, guys. SG looks like it wants to clear 34. Not badly now. Really, Jay? Are you saying a passenger plane crashed? Where? As I'm looking at our YouTube room. Is this for sure? Wow. I'm telling you guys, it's not voodoo, but it's close. So look at SG. Look at that break. And this is what kept me in the trade in Brazil. Okay. Because I almost guarantee I would have been out of my position totally. Okay, so MGOL resumed, and the halt was at six. Sorry, the halt was at 658. Does it take out 658? Just waiting on the MGOL in case it takes out 658 in a decent way. Why? Because that was the halt price. Now this is the second halt. I don't normally do this on the second halt, but this has just got that look. And it's late in the day. Boy. Okay. Go, go, go. Okay, I'm out some guys in case I cannot take out 7. So again, I don't normally do this little, trick, whatever you want to call it. The halt was at 658. It dropped down below 658, popped through 658, and that's what I only do it the first time a stock has been halted. It was halted earlier though, back here at 1223. So normally I don't do it the second time, but you know what? I don't really care. I'm so enthralled with SG. Sorry, KV. Sorry, KV Ray. Sorry. As we like to say, an extra topping on the pizza. So Jay, in our YouTube room, if you're still around, you asked. Yeah, so 101, you asked, am I a go no go user now? Why so? Can you talk to us why? So it's not so much the entries. I mean, the entries are nice, but it's staying in the trade. It's staying in the trade. Now, what I have to maybe not learn, but I mean, I'm still a whole number guy, and if it was struggling to get through the whole number, so I took some off, but I wanted to keep the rest in case it did do something like this, and it has. So you're saying NFE had a bounce. I'm very interested to see if it went from deep purple to pink, and the answer is, I'm sorry, pink. Yeah, deep purple to pink. So right there, you know what? This went from, yeah. I'm starting to warm up on these bounces on any transition now. How about on a? Yeah, well, okay. If you'd waited in theory to what they're suggesting you do, it goes from pink to orange, which is don't trade, aqua, and then right here the blue, 1344. I mean, not bad. Well, this is certainly new for me because, yeah, I mean, I would only be looking usually at stocks near the high of the day. So this is sort of turning me into a dip buyer. All right, guys, 2:10, another 20 minutes or so, and then I'm taking off. So if you have any questions, now would be a good time. I've asked this question for a while. Can you guys hear my computer at all? I mean, every now and then you might, but in general, not at all. Wow, cool. Nathan Joseph in our YouTube room saying hello there. I'll hello there right back to you. Can I take a look at AMD? Somebody asked that question. AMD? Sure, Ori, sure. So what time frame? Really, David? Wow, that's great. Well, for all the people who said I had to get a new computer. 15, okay. Again, it's a little late, but so what we're seeing here is a transition from deep purple to the pink, which can suggest it might be wanting to rebound a bit. On the 3, I mean, see, 15 is a little late, but there it is. You can see how different it looks on a 3-minute chart, but even a 5-minute chart. I just find that if you're going to use a system like this, it requires, I think, in my opinion anyway, no more than a 5-minute time frame, because you're trying to catch a trend, and by 15 minutes, it might be too late. So you could have, if you looked at it on a 5-minute chart, 134.26, and I got up to 135.49. I mean, I don't know if that's enough. On a percentage basis, it's not huge, but I don't know, maybe for an option trader or something, I don't know. Maybe that makes sense. So Nathan, do you have a question? I know you were in our YouTube room while I was on a break, and I think Andy answered you. I don't. Do you have a follow-up question? SG is still hanging tough, guys. For me, anyway. SG is still hanging tough. Just out of curiosity, what does it look like on a 15-minute? Not bad, actually. Yeah, I mean, around a little bit later. No, actually, around the same trigger price. Around 33.70. So not bad. Right around the same area. So that's not terrible. Maybe on the larger cap ones that don't move as volatile as the MGALs and things like that, it may not matter as much. So Nathan, did you have a question? Can you hear me? Yeah, MGAW was just a quick hitter, really. I mean, I'm glad it couldn't get through that whole number. Who said earlier that I might be interested in TTD? Was that you, Poe, or Ovi, or this is an earnings play? A lot of resistance around that 102 mark. Not that it's going to get there today, probably, but I don't. I don't, KV. The reason I don't is because I can't put my own. I can't customize it enough for me, so I don't use it at all. I don't really know very many people who use it. It's one of the first things they did outside of the program, the normal program, years and years and years ago. Peloton, let's take a look at Peloton, PTON, probably the big short float. Yeah, 20% short. Ugh, look at this one, QXO. All right, RGC just got halted, probably on the way. Oh, it was halted on the way up. It was halted on the way up. Wow, look at where this could open. This has been a wild one. I mean, look at this day here. Back in July 23rd, it got up to $32 and right back down to $6. So where could it open? 1240. Here's the halt price, 1084. 1240 is the potential open. Now, this has been halted several times today, I do believe. At least, yeah, several times already. And again, if you're looking at this for the first time, this is from Interactive Brokers, the blue screen. Interactive Brokers, time and sales, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt price in red, and the potential, this column shows the potential of where it could open. And it's usually there are 5-minute halts on a volatility halt. Usually there are 5-minute halts. So this number can change over the course of the 5 minutes. But right now, if you happen to be in this one at 1084, right now, it looks pretty good. Could open in this area. Kind of late, but here's compo, guys. CMPO showing up on the abnormal auction activity scan. And for anybody who's sitting there going, oh, do they scan for options? No, we don't, but this is what we can do. Jeez. So we do have some option filters that may help you trade options. So if I right click on this alert window, click on configure, and then start typing in options in the search. So these are the filters that we have for people who might want to. Well, first of all, the reason I use it is there's all sorts of ways to find stocks trading abnormally. Obviously, the big way is abnormal volume. I mean, if a stock is normally trades 1 million shares a day and is trading 10 million today, obviously that's abnormal. But another way is also checking to see what their option volume is. Is it abnormal? So we have some obvious filters, I guess, the put call ratio, the option volume today, and the put and the call volume today. But using these two, option volume contracts and option volume today percent, what you can do is, let's just say you use option volume of 5,000. Okay, that means that this stock would have traded on average, has to trade on average. Well, let me back that up. If you put 5,000 in the minimum box, okay, and you put 5,000 here for you to, and then in tandem, you use this option volume today percent, and you put, say, 300% here, a ratio of 3, that stock that is traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for you to see it will have to trade 15,000 contracts 3 times. Okay. So that may or may not help you trade options. At least it helps you zero in on the stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And a stock that normally has abnormal option activity is probably just going to be trading abnormally on its own as the stock itself. So here you go. Abnormal option activity. If it's brown, on the way down. If it's in light blue, on the way up. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. James, I noticed you sent a question. I don't know if you're in the room. If there's a James in the room that sent a I'm sorry, not James, but Patrick. Patrick, I don't know if you're still in the room, and you were saying you're trying to get your go no go charts to work. I don't know if you're still in the room. Really, guys, if you have a question about anything, you should ask me in the room. Way easier for me to try to help. I know Jamie at Trade Ideas is trying to help you. But so, Patrick, are you still in the room? Maybe I can help you. I can help you, I should say. Okay, so on the go no go, look at the SG now. So I have lightened the load now. Okay, on that little change in color right there, change in color right there. I have lightened the load right now. Not everything, because it's not telling me to get out explicitly. It's just saying, start to be careful. Start to be careful. I don't know. The conjecture is that maybe some group somewhere, Don, regarding BYND, is taking a look at high short float stocks, and maybe piling into them for some reason. Because I don't see any news. Had earnings yesterday, and it was a beat. They did well on earnings yesterday. So I mean, I don't think this, because it was doing nothing until 120. Now there are shares available. I don't think now there are some shares available for me. Not that I want it right now, but okay. So that is actually the news. Okay, there was a short squeeze candidate. Yeah. Well, that's what somebody was pointing out. 39% short float. Well, why don't we pile into this one right now? Wreak havoc on all the short sellers who may or may not have covered some, and then said, you know what, this is nonsense, and it held on. Who knows? 10,000 shares available in Interactive Brokers. Not that I want it now, but I would have. I don't know if they were available up here. All right, I'm just as a test here. I want to see if you guys. I'm sure you're going to be able to hear something from my computer when I do this. Just intrigued. That's all. Sector status. Let me load it. I'm sure on that you must have heard something. Super faint. Okay, cool. Because that's about as loud as it gets now. And only when I, start loading other layouts on top of layouts. You know what I did, Todd, is, and I may try again, but all I did was get rid of the tree map. I think the tree map. I think the tree map was really causing me the problems. And to be honest, I think it's redundant to have the tree map and the races. I mean, basically, the races does what the tree map does, in just a different presentation. It's showing the stocks that are moving. So Because I do think I believe that in the pre-market, because I have two tree maps going, I think there is more sound in the pre-market. I'll ask on Monday because I do have two tree maps going, but then I get rid of that layout and I get to this layout, and yeah, I'm going off on a tangent here, but you have no idea how hard it was on me. It was like noise pollution constantly for me. For you guys, remember how I used to have to mute myself constantly, and that's when I would forget to turn the mic back on because the noise was getting too much. Look at Sava here, guys. Boy, this is giving it up at the end here. Let me see. Shady inadvertently lost a custom formula. Not sure. So how? Sorry. Sure. How? Really? I must have mistakenly written it at some point. Show in the pre-market only stocks that were gapping over or under the 200 day SMA or 2 SMA on whatever on the time frame you're using. Yeah, so the true false. Okay, so so the 200-day moving average. Okay. Oh man, I discussed it in a video I made many years ago. Wow. You're talking about when this is even before I was in a room. I think I did a video on the power of the custom formula or something to that effect, creating custom formulas. It is probably, well, it won't be 14 years old because I've only had the program for 14 years, but um, I don't remember doing it on that though, specifically. Gapping over or under a 200-day. I don't recall doing. Was this the one where I was talking about showing stocks that were over a bunch of moving averages and then creating a top list of the stocks that were close to something like that? And then, wow, Shady, you're because I don't think they're available anymore. I may be wrong, but I don't think they're available anymore. They did a purge. We had so many YouTube videos on our site. Well, let me ask you this. Would you know how to create it? Okay, I think I didn't think it was anything to do with the pre-market. There was a strategy I was using a long time ago, and I would create a watch list, a symbol list of stocks that were over a bunch of moving averages, but under one of them or something, and then I create a watch list, and then I put a 5-minute high or something like that, and see if it popped through. That's so long ago. Yeah, I don't remember doing anything on the 200-day specifically, JD. Well, Pepe might be able to answer. Was it the distance from the 200, but as a custom formula? So are you looking for the or? Are you looking? Okay, you're not looking because so you're looking. In theory, it was SMA less than the expected open, or SMA greater than the expected open. How about this one? Oh, the or symbol didn't copy. Okay. How about that one from Pepe? Okay, yeah, I haven't looked at, so you're talking about this, right? Yeah, for whatever reason, it didn't, you're talking about right here. Yeah, for whatever reason, it didn't copy. This is probably the one, right? The double and, or I haven't looked at this for years. Years and years and years. It's the parallel lines. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I can do. It won't post. Okay. So what I can do is just take a look and see if I created anything like that. Okay. And then let's see if I did, or if I did, if I still have it. All right. So let's you and I take a look. Okay. These are all the custom. I don't use any. Well, I only use one. Wink, wink, Pepe. I only use one right now, but these are all custom formulas that I still have. If you see anything that looks like it, I'm just going through it. Let me, okay, let me see if there's anything that looks, these, like, this is the one, yeah, this was the one, but this is on the 1520, the 15200. Yeah, so that's not exact. I don't remember doing anything with the pre-market. I don't see anything here that's going to help. I have 100 of them. Yeah, I don't see anything. That's way too many. No, that's when I was more like you. I was having fun with the program and just when I had time, which I don't have anymore. So Shady, I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see it here, and I don't know where that video is. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't even need the Pepe IPO scan anymore. Get rid of it. Like that's not it. Okay, guys. Sorry, Shady. Wish I could have helped you. RGC going crazy? It is going crazy if it's yeah, because that's the high last week. Last week's high. It's at that high last week, 1471. All right, guys. If there are no more questions, I am going to take off now. I'll hang around for another minute in case there's a question somebody wants to post something. I don't have to go, but I will go if there are no more questions. So in advance of that, I'll just thank everybody for all the help all week, as usual. I don't remember ever doing anything like that, Shady, to be honest. Not It doesn't look like anything. I mean, I'm sure I did that so long ago, maybe in 2012. So why not just run with that then? Like what else could I have? I just don't remember doing anything with the pre-market, but again, this was a time in which I wasn't even affiliated with Trade Ideas. Really, I just went to them and said, you know what, I'll do a video if you like on this, and they said, whoa, okay, who are you? I said, well, I'm a subscriber, and I think I called it the power of the custom formula or something like that, but I don't remember, that specific thing. Okay, yeah, the expected open works. So why not run with what you've got then? You're talking about gapping stocks over the 200-day, either over or under, right? That's what it looks like. Oh, it's not giving you what you want. Oh, I see. So for some reason, it's just not. Hmm. Ah, oh, I see. It's not. It's giving you all stocks that are gapping, but not necessarily breaking the 200-day. Right. Pepe, get on it. I'm not sure why that wouldn't work. Let's take a look at the expected open. Because you want it to work in the pre-market. What am I doing here? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, just give me a moment to scroll down a bit. Okay, so expected open, today's open or the most recent print if the stock has not opened yet. Hmm. Not knowing enough about this, I'm wondering though if it's looking at the most recent print as yesterday's. I mean, I know it looks like it should mean pre-market. I mean, we do have some data points, but not necessarily. I don't see where it absolutely says that this is the current price in the pre-market. It looks like it should be. Okay, this one does not count. Okay, so price and last does not count the pre and post. Okay. So yeah, expected open, today's open, or the most recent print. Okay, well, it seems like that should be it. Oops, did I lose the room? Let me, um, for Monday morning, I'll see if I can remember. I'll just create the formula right now, just the one way, because we probably have a lot of stocks underneath the 200-day moving average and see what I see. So I'll do this, take this one. I don't need this anymore. Sorry, Pepe. But I might want that one. I don't care about this one, the volume yesterday. Jeez. I'll do it both. Had to find out where I could put the parallel lines. I haven't used that for a long time. All right. I typed it in correctly, so this is what it's going to look like, just like you've got. Now, to add it. Well, let me just add one right now. Just want to see if it works. Never mind the pre-market, just to see if it works at all. So I'll put it in a topless window. So to make it true, okay. Now, I'm wondering if you have to break it up, but let's just see. Okay. Now, I just want to see if it's actually working. Well, that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. Of course, what I've done doesn't make sense at all because unless the stock is right at the 200-day moving average, so there will be a zillion stocks that yeah. So that doesn't make sense at all. So there must be. Because of course, generally speaking, all stocks are going to be either above or below the 200-day moving average. So that's not going to make sense at all. Let me just do it for greater than, just to satisfy my curiosity. Oof, can't even find it now. Give me a moment. You got to reset my connection. Oh, come on. I mean, for some reason, okay, I'm struggling here. Just hmm. Yeah, yeah, I don't have access. There's something going on because I'm seeing stocks that are above the 200 day, and I only want to see stocks that are below the 200 day. This is what I have, SMA 200 less than expected open. I would assume if I do this, I don't know if I have to exit trade ideas to get something working. Like a new custom formula. I don't know if I have to exit trade ideas. Captain Para found it. My goodness. Captain Para found it. Well, it's not working then because I now have something very simple. You know, the SMA 200 should be less than the price. Okay. But Captain Para says he found it. Boy, that was the first one I ever did. So maybe it's there, Shady. You might have to suffer through 34 minutes or so, but this is not working well. Okay, that one is working. Now here we go. Maybe you know what? It's a top list, so maybe that. Nope. They should all be below the 200-day moving average, and there it is. There's the 200-day right there. What was my username? It could be B Bruin. That's really strange. I mean, this is not even SMA 200 less than price. Well, obviously you know what my name is, but it might have been B Bruin, as in Boston Bruin. B Bruin might have been. So long ago. Yeah, Pepe, can you figure out why this is not working though? SMA 200 less than price. Price is the current price. SMA 200. I want the SMA 200 to be less than the current price. But, you know, this is not working. You know, there's NEO, there's the 200-day moving average, there's the current price. 1550 is the 200-day moving average, so this should not be showing up. And I put 1 in the min to make it true, a true formula. Very, very weird. Or did I? Yeah. It would have been something like the power of the custom formula, okay? Captain Para, the power of the custom formula, something like that. But I don't remember making one like that, like with the pre-market. Yeah, this should work, right? This should work. SMA 200. I mean, the formula is saved. There's no error. Less than the current price. Use it. Put 1 in here to make the formula true. Or just show me everything where this formula, where this is true. SMA 200 less than the current price. And then and this is what I call it. I mean, I had them both, but I mean, it's a stocks rate or I mean, that's not correct, but stocks, it should just say, this is just text, of course. So stocks less than the 200-day moving average, I could rename it, but you understand, all I have to do is find this one, search, and there it is, stocks right there, add the filter, it's right there, 1. In this top list window. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Even if I could find the formula, even if I have no idea if it would work, like the formula you were using, Shady. So I am sorry, I cannot help you. And if Pepe can't help you, then all is lost. Okay, guys, I'm now going to take off. Again, thanks for all the help. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Monday morning. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. And the same with you guys who are still in YouTube. I have to shut you guys down now.